some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
Hi everyone, I'm William, the art director of Delta Force. As many of you may already seen, Delta Force is launching a collaboration with Rainbow Six Siege in our next season. Since launch, we've seen a lot of passion and discussion from our community around the tactical shooter gameplay. And whenever players talk about the genre, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the names that come up most often. So, we reach out to Ubisoft.
Bonjour, je suis Émilie Besson, directrice de la réalisation sur Rainbow Six Siege. Oui, Siege a toujours été défini par son gameplay tactique, le travail en équipe et aussi la variété des opérateurs que les joueurs ont appris à connaître et reconnaître au fil des années. Ces collaborations nous donnent l'occasion en fait d'amener les éléments emblématiques de Siege dans un nouvel univers tout en restant fidèle à ce qui les rend uniques.
In this collaboration, we focus on two things: operators and the Rainbow Six Siege's iconic visual legacy. We selected 3 operators pairings who share the same combat philosophy.
I'll be there you need me.
말보다는 행동이지.
Call if you need a hand.
For classic Siege elements, we choose to honor Black Ice, the Drone, and the Alpha Pack.
Ce qui était essentiel pour nous de préserver dans la collaboration, c'était l'identité, l'authenticité de nos personnages. C'est ce qui les rend uniques. On a travaillé main dans la main avec l'équipe de Delta Force pour s'assurer que l'authenticité de Siege, l'identité de Siege s'intègre naturellement dans leur jeu.
Both games share a realistic art direction, and finding distinct recognition within that shared aesthetic was actually the harder challenge. We started by preserving the core silhouette and the color framework of Siege operators. Doc and Motin's iconic deep navy uniforms, Vigil's signature custom-fitted gear, these stay true. At the same time, within the finer details, we evolve in Delta Force identity. They wear patches from both teams. Motin carries Cineva's badge. Doc has medical kits at his side. To faithfully recreate Black Ice, we focused our material work on internal ice fracture patterns to capture the distinctive texture and a cold, austere feel of original.
Oui, en effet, Black Ice résonne énormément avec notre communauté. C'est une cosmétique d'armes qui a énormément plu à nos joueurs. Et l'équipe de Delta Force a fait vraiment un travail incroyable pour la recréation dans leur jeu de cette cosmétique, avec un souci du détail extrêmement gratifiant.
We employed a dual-layer material system combined with subsurface scattering lighting model. Using camera vectors and a depth texture to offset UV calculations, we achieved effect of refracture patterns appearing to exist deep inside ice.
Et ce qu'on a apprécié et ce qui nous a impressionné, c'est le travail de recherche de Delta Force. À quel point ils ont été soucieux du détail pour conserver nos opérateurs dans leur jeu, qui s'intègrent vraiment comme naturellement dans leur univers.
Beyond the content itself, we want as many players as possible to access and experience this collaboration. By completing in-game missions during the season, you can unlock these rewards for free. One more thing, in the new operations map, we've prepared something special for you. You will find a surprise in the maps that are meant just for you. Once the crossover goes live, go find them. Once more, onto the bridge.
Dear friends, once more.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AO. This region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then pack the scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
No! I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise him!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted. Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INDS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
Operations. It all comes down to 3 simple rules. Search, fight, extract. Search decides how much loot you walk away with. Fight. Not every encounter needs to end in a shootout. You just need to clear whatever's standing between you and your treasure. Extract. That's the magic moment that turns everything in your pack into yours to keep. 3 phases, all connected. Miss one and the whole run falls apart. Gear up before you head out. The better you're geared, the harder you hit and the more you can carry. But the more you lose if you go down. Go in cheap and dying won't sting as much, but you'll miss out on those juicy, high-value supply zones. Gear up and go big, or go light and gamble. Your call. Once you're in the match, forget everything else. Loot, loot, and loot some more. Documents on desks, parts and cabinets, bird nests by the roadside, trash cans tucked in corners early on. Grab everything you can get your hands on. Priority targets, safes, and air cargo containers. Snag one high-value item, and boom! You've already covered your entry cost. Now, the real question, keep pushing your luck or cash out while you're ahead. Your pack's stuffed with goodies and you're ready to extract. Then, gunfire erupts ahead. What now? Charge in, slip past unseen, or hang back and let them wear each other down before you swoop in. Just remember, die, and you lose everything in your backpack except what's safely tucked away in your safe box. You choose to slip away quietly. Smart move! Your pockets are already bursting, but you can't shake that nagging sound of footsteps nearby. Even distant gunfire's enough to send your heart racing. You finally reach the extraction point. The countdown starts. Hold your nerve, don't blow it with 2 seconds left. Extracted. That weight you've been carrying the whole run finally lifts off your shoulders. Sweet relief. Then there's the ultimate wild card. You stumble on a Mandelbrick. This thing's worth a small fortune, but the second you pick it up, every player on the map knows exactly where you are. Everyone's coming for you. You go from treasure hunter to hunted in the blink of an eye. Your only goal now, stay alive long enough to decode it and cash in big. Whatever path you choose, it only counts if you make it out alive. That's operations for you. Every extraction is a story worth telling. Go make yours.
My hands are sweating. All right. Hi, operator. I'm Gabriel Mercier, codename N2. Since we'll be fighting side by side, allow me to properly introduce myself. As the codename suggests, my combat style leans towards cryogenic suppression. My frost launcher paired with a cryo flask can quickly force enemies into a frost state, ensuring they pose no threat to us. If enemy positions are unknown, the homing stun grenade can precisely mark them as well. Right now, I'm in the middle of a critical operation. One where failure is not an option. I hope this mission can make up for some of my past mistakes, even if just a little. Mission target zone, AZ3, Asara's only source of nuclear power. The plant's power output is spiking abnormally. This time, I won't let it happen again. An emergency shutdown is our only chance, but the risk is extreme. We not only have to breach Havoc's heavy defenses, we have to face lethal radiation head-on. Some containers within AZ3 have already been contaminated by radiation. You can follow distinctive sounds to locate them, but keep a close eye on your own radiation levels. Radiation is divided into 4 levels, each causing different effects. Accumulated radiation can be cleared by leaving the contaminated zone and using decon chambers or mobile decon units. During the incident, some personnel lost their access keys. We can use these keys to infiltrate the classified zones and gather intel and supplies.
Key verified. Access granted. AZ3 key detected.
That's not all. Severe leaks have occurred across multiple sections of the plant. You can choose to endure radiation exposure and enter these zones for high-value supplies and rare data, or stay clear. The choice is yours. Havoc has deployed a large number of purification soldiers at AZ3. Once your position is exposed, heavy purifiers will apply debuffs like corrosion and slow movement, but attacking the weak spot on their back can neutralize them quickly. An even tougher threat comes from the relink agents. H-1000 personally leads H-47, H-800, and other agents to guard the facility. All of them connected through Skynet. They're extremely persistent. Stay on maximum alert. One final thing. If we do manage to shut down all the nuclear facilities, something unexpected might happen.
Disabling all AZ3 terminals disabled.
Of course, the nuclear plant has new collectibles too. Over in warfare, things are heating up. The flames of war have reached the weathered stone walls of the Colosseum. This 1,000-year-old city is sliding toward ruination. We've got new weapons. The RM-277 assault rifle excels at sustained suppressive fire. most effective from medium to long range. The SVCH marksman rifle is capable of taking down enemies in one shot at long range. There are also some bonus events coming up. Play Ole 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 to earn points and exchange them for sports-themed rewards and exclusive avatars. The Meltdown Season Pass includes various tactical supplies, including a new outfit for Tempest. The new season's Mandelbricks can yield the AKM Assault Rifle. Astromancy's game. Not bad. Opening Turbricks gives you a chance at the Law of Time series collectible charms. Good luck. A new melee weapon, Elegy, the exclusive weapon of the Abyss Shark Reese. Pretty cool. Oh, and don't forget, the Rainbow Six Siege crossover is launching soon too. 3 new operator skins. Black Ice weapon skins, and special collectibles. Now that's something. Covers the main updates for the Meltdown season. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much, though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. There it is. Well, good morning or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Rise series. It's day 3 of week 3 here with EMEA, and groups B and D about to have a banger of a matchup, I can only assume. My name is Goj, excited to be back hosting and casting with, well, my friend Ben. Now, Beard guys, I've got to throw it to you here to hear some predictions for the day. I'm starting off hot, man. Are you expecting to see Game 7? It's been too long. Will we go the distance?
Yeah, great to be here, Goj. We've had a whole bunch of games going really early the last few weekends. We've had Game 5s. I think last weekend there was at least 2 Game 5 finishes there. It's been a while since we've seen a 7. I wouldn't be surprised if we have another early one today, but you never quite know. Yesterday was so unpredictable, right, with how WLG finished, so you just never know in this format.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best part about this format is that every day is different. And you're right. Everything has been flipped on its head. Once you and I showed up for the EMEA region, everything changed. It was crazy. Let's take a look back on yesterday, though. It did not go to script, but it was certainly fun to watch.
Here's the footsteps down below. Not sure they know he's up on high. Stickinson should hear this. Stickinson getting double pushed, though, and Nox only on quarter HP. Does he need more? Stickinson able to find 1, able to find 2. Team Gotaga in a blender right now. After they got weak from the utility, it just feels like it's a fight they can't win. Maxa can get 1 and trade out 1. That's a big boon to at least get something out of this map. But Maxa not going to stay alive for much longer. Oh, wait! He picks up another one! This guy is insane! Almost does a triple kill on main. Yeah, good job there. That's what I was talking about Maxa actually finding Uzbishka. All of a sudden, DE are in deep trouble. Valori able to stay alive for a moment, but he's going to get cut down. Not a full wipe because they do have the self-reviving Tempest, but oh my goodness, it's all hell breaking loose as all of a sudden, Team Gotaga get wiped amidst the chaos of FLC. The wide wrap pays off. To stall people out and potentially still get the brick, even though they're not technically guarding it. These two teams are in a bit of a stalemate, but Alliance with a great flank. Easy. A huge wrap. Uzbishka, they don't know where he is? We're letting Uzbishka get 2 for free?
From Gotaga earlier on. And I guess a lot of others have been traded back and forth. We see Jax taken down by Uzbishka yet again, doing more damage. That is going to be putting them on the back foot. 2v2 Scooby coming down behind from WLG. Gets another. By the rocket. That was Lynx with the rocket on Uzbishka. And Alliance, are they going to lose it? 10 seconds here.
No way. Lynx actually was able to get the stop on Evan. They've got it. Alliance got this brick 100%. Would need to all die, and one goes down. Where's the rest of Alliance? So Lynx not making the same mistake, but just enough time. It went to like 0.5 seconds.
Whew, it was a crazy day yesterday. WLG end up with 2 Mandelbricks. The patient team that is WLG, it all paid off. Picked up only 18 squad points, but it doesn't matter when you get the double brick. Now, Dark Entities, you saw them there. Uzbishka in particular, popping off yesterday. 22 total kills. Well-earned second place, no question about it. FLC also got a brick, though, Ben. A lot of fun to watch. The big story for me was Alliance getting robbed twice. We saw only, I think, once in the actual highlight package there, but it was twice that Alliance's brick got stolen right underneath their noses with less than 2 seconds on the clock.
Such incredible fine margins yesterday. Alliance and WLG easily could have been switched there, you know, given those close calls we had. Here's a little recap of the tournament format. By the way, you can see the winners down there of the matches so far on the group stage list. You can see WLG and NBA winners over the last 2 matches, and they are both going to be playing today. That's the winners from yesterday and Friday. So that is going to be very interesting to see Group B versus Group D today, of course. This is our tournament top killers so far. Nox from Gotaga still out in front with 37. Didn't pick up as many as he previously had yesterday, but still was on top. GOT again, Maxa in second place, and then Skyty on 30. Also drawing with Jame, both on 30, both going to be playing today. NBA and FNC on the board today.
Yeah, and the key factor when we look through these leaderboards is that everybody's played the same amount of matches. We're back to even, right? Going into today, a couple teams, the teams that are, of course, in this group B and D will have played one more, but this is even. So this shows how dominant some of these players really are. Uzbishka, 9,800. Could be the first player to break 10,000. That is wild to say out loud. There's a chance maybe Maxa does the same, but still a lot of work to do for some of the others. Now, looking at the top asset earners, we talk about this often. There's a ton of ways to earn assets, but of course, winning out a map and then, well, stuffing your safe boxes and hopefully getting out. That's the best way. So you see NBA's Skyty up here in the top 3. You see Team Gotaga's Maxa here in first overall at 28.6. Overall, great stuff from all those gentlemen, especially Genius, who still found their way to the top 3 position, but it's real close in the top 3. Top 2 is where you want to be, by the way, if you want to skip Friday, Saturday of week 5 and go straight to the finals. So NBA, DE currently there. I have a very easy to say assumption that this is going to change dramatically after the end of the day, though. NBA playing today, they are the first place team at 25 points. Everybody else quite close to them. You'll see, of course, WLG as well competing. So they have a really good chance to be up into the top 2 at the end of the day today here, Ben. Any big surprises on this overall leaderboard? Again, this is even. So this is where we're currently at with only a couple more matches to go.
Yeah, I thought maybe Genius might have been a little further ahead. They had had 2 really good days and then, you know, not such a great day when they were last playing. So they've been overtaken now, but it is incredibly close. We've got 2 points between first to fourth. And then down on the bottom end of the table today, we've got FPOV. They're playing. They're yet to secure a Mandelbrick over the vent on just 7 points. They've got a 3-point gap up to 10th. So they're going to be looking to pull themselves out of that bottom 2. That's when you're going to get booted out if you get to the finals weekend and you don't have enough points there.
Yep, that's exactly right. If you're bottom 2, you don't make it to week 5, folks. Let's take a look at a quick video to explain how everything with the Delta Force Rise series works.
Delta Force. 1 game, 2 regions, 1 shot at glory. This is the complete guide to Delta Force Rise series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Everything you need to know, from the very first match to the last squad standing. The path is the same in both regions. It starts with the open qualifiers, open to any team that wants to compete. The best push through to the group stage, where the top 2 advance directly to the finals, bottom 2 eliminated, and the rest battle through the survivor stage to earn their spot. From the open qualifiers, 12 teams have fought their way into the season, and only one will lift the trophy. The group stage runs for 4 weeks, with matches every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The 12 teams are split into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. 3 teams per group. Each broadcast day, 2 groups go head-to-head in a cross-group match. Every match is a 7-round format. 6 teams competing in the same lobby simultaneously, across up to 7 rounds on maps like Zero Dam, Brakkesh, Tide Prison, and Space City. Teams earn squad points by scoring eliminations and accumulating in-game total assets. And on brick rounds, they compete to collect and decode Mandelbricks, artifacts that decide the round winner. Decode 2 Mandelbricks in a match and the victory is locked in, no matter what round you're on. After 12 match days, the group stage standings are final. Places 1 to 2 go straight to the finals. Places 3 to 8 enter Survivor Stage Day 1. Places 9 to 10 drop into Survivor Stage Day 2. Places 11 to 12 are eliminated. The Survivor Stage is where the bracket narrows fast. Day 1 brings those 6 teams together for one 7-round match. The top 2 advance directly to the finals. Places 3 to 6 get one more shot. Day 2 mixes the 4 survivors from Day 1 with the 2 teams ranked 9th and 10th from the group stage. Again, 6 teams, one 7-round match. Top 2 go to the finals. Everyone else is out. 6 teams, 1 day, 1 lobby, 1 match. This is the finals, the ultimate showdown of the season. 2 teams earned it through the group stage. 2 more survived Day 1. The last 2 came through Day 2. Every team deserves to be there. The top 3 finishers earn an invitation to Season 2. Welcome to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Loot, shoot, extract.
There you have it, folks. That's how it all works here at the Rise series. But today, here's the rules. Same as it's always been, but for those that have missed it, 1.5 million technicality is where everybody starts to kick things off. And if you die, you lose your gear just like pubs. We are playing on Season Echo, which is 1 patch behind. Of course, that means Morse is in our comp format and not in 2. But today, the goal is to get Mandelbricks, regardless of score, regardless of anything else. If you are the team to get 2 Mandelbricks first, you will win the competition today, right then and there. The earliest you can do that is on rounds 2 is your first Mandelbrick, and then round 4 will be your second Mandelbrick, and therefore we only play for, it only happened a couple of times throughout the course of both regions, but it is possible. However, if teams trade Mandelbricks, or maybe somebody doesn't get a Mandelbrick, we can go all the way to 7. That is the maximum amount of games that we play. Rounds 1 and 3 will be those eco rounds, is what we call them. Can't get a Mandelbrick, but there's some nice high caliber weapons out there, some nice loot, and of course teams going for kills, because that's important as well. Now, in terms of operators, this is something we talk about all the time. Operators can only be used 2 times total throughout the course of the first 6 games. Meaning, if you run double Nox like most people do on Tide Prison, you won't be able to run Nox on any other map until we get to round 7, if we get there. Now, all the players have a 3x3 safe box to throw red items, to throw their ammo in, whatever they'd like. That's nice for them. And they also have 12-slot card holder. They can basically get any key card for free and use that in the map so that they don't get stuck anywhere on any of our maps. And in terms of resources, this is the kind of the big ticket item. Aside from Mandelbricks, you're looking to get as much technic alloy as you possibly can. One way to do that is get a kill. Every elimination is 800,000 technic alloy. I wish it was like that in pubs. And every round, even if you do terribly, you're still going to get 700k just in general in a fixed supply, just to make sure you don't go totally broke and can play the game. But there's a big boon to having more cash than your opponents. Best way to do that is to get kills. 800k per means a team wipe is 2.4 mil. Yeah, that's a lot of cash. Now, Mandelbricks, the most important part, here are the rules for them. The really important rules is that once a Mandelbrick is put into a decoding station, a 4-minute timer starts. Anytime that Mandelbrick is stolen from the decoding station, the max timer will reset, whether it was at 1 second, 10 seconds, or 4 minutes. It will reset to 4 minutes minus 30 seconds. And it will do that over and over again, reducing that max time by 30 seconds. And if it keeps getting stolen so many times that we get down to 90 seconds, that is the minimum. Now, once we get to 90 seconds and it gets restolen, we got to pay attention to the game clock, because if the game clock is shorter than our decoding timer, nobody's getting the brick. However, one way to get the brick a little bit faster and not rely on stealing it is wipe the team that is currently decoding. If you do, that timer will pause. It takes about 2.5 seconds to steal the brick and start decoding for yourself, by the way. So it's another metric you got to pay attention to. It's very tight and a lot of times that you've got to pay attention to if you want to get a Mandelbrick. Decoding is everything. So hopefully you can do that before the game clock ticks down, or maybe you just need to wipe the whole lobby and then get the brick. Occasionally, we see a Mandelbrick be given away, quote unquote, for free because everybody else is fighting all over the map and don't feel like they can get there in time. So fortune favors the bold, people. But Ben, talk to me about why this is important.
Yeah, so if you finish in first place today, you're going to get 8 points. But on top of that, if you get a Mandelbrick, that's going to give you an extra point. So a double Mandelbrick win is going to give the team 10 points today. Second place is going to get 6, third place 4th. But again, any of these places, they'll get bonus points for a Mandelbrick. So if you get third place and 1 brick, you'll get 5 points rather than 4. So every Mandelbrick is vital, not just for your overall points, but for your placement on those rankings as well. Unless you have a Mandelbrick, you're not going to be able to compete for the top places on the board. And the other metric that comes into it after Mandelbricks on that board is supply points or squad points. That's a combination of your kill points and supply points. You get 1 kill point for every kill you get, nice and simple, and you get 1 supply point for every 2 million in total stash, and that's rounded down. So if you have 1.9 million, that's no points. You need to have 2.1 million or 3.9 million, that's going to be 1 point. Those things are added together, that gives you squad points, and this gauges our huge prize pool.
Yeah, a lot of money on the line, folks. This is just for finals day and for the finals weekend. Now, of course, if you do get 12th overall in our entire competition, meaning you don't make it to the finals, you are still walking away with $1,000. So at least you made it to the group stages. But $50 dynamic kill bonus is one of the more important pieces here for now, because that is going out throughout the entirety of our 5-week competition. So all these teams you see on your screen, whenever they get kills, $50 to their pockets, real cash. So a lot of rewards in game and out of game for slaying out in the lobbies. But today is groups B and D, so we need to hone in on those 2 columns. We'll take a look at those in just a second. You can see it on your screen now. Match 9, that's today, groups B and D. We're about to wrap up week 3 of 4 of our group stages as everybody prepares for week 5. The championship weekend is what I'm calling it. And of course, we'll be live next week. You can see there was a slight change in some of the groups of when people are playing. This is all accurate though. So you can see July 31st, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 31st, August 1st, and 2nd. That is the last week of group stages. Those are the matchups you'll be seeing, okay? So we've been live every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We will be live every Friday, Saturday, Sunday until we are done on August 9th. Going to be a ton of fun wrapping up group stages and then going into the finals weekend, where we have our survivor stages first, and then we get to the 6 teams that make it to finals. But let's talk about today, Ben. WLG, they just came off a hot win. What do you think? Can they do it again?
Definitely an on-form team right now. They kind of came out of nowhere yesterday. The first few games, they hadn't really been big talking points, apart from a mishap in Game 4 on Space City. And then they got back-to-back Mandelbricks, Game 5 and 6, and ended up winning. So keep an eye on them today. They're fresh off of good form. Alliance, also, despite not finishing that highly yesterday, were playing well and just generally have been playing well. We can see Grind here and the rest of the team. These guys came so close to getting 2 bricks yesterday. But, you know, as we've seen, very fine margins to sign these things. You can see they've got links there, easy, grind, and then there's super sub, Mr. H1000 himself, Lasik. We've yet to see him take part. He is on the bench waiting in case they need him. We've also seen FLC do pretty well, be pretty consistent throughout the tournament. They're currently sitting in 7th place. They're 8 points off the lead at the moment, and 8 points isn't a huge amount. You know, if you get the double Mandelbrick win, that's 10 points. That's going to throw you right up there, obviously depending on what other teams above you score as well. So it's definitely some interesting teams with a good chance of getting some good points today, and then we're going to see a few more of our teams coming up today. This is Group D and B, remember, so we've got some of our teams who played yesterday, and also some of our teams who played on Friday as well. There's WLG, Alliance, and FLC making up Group B.
Yeah, I like all three of these teams. All three have popped off at different times, and it feels like even if some of these teams are a little bit lower on the leaderboard, they've got a lot of room that they can work up very quickly if you let them get going. So I don't necessarily think that just because FLC's in 7th means they're the 7th best team. They can make some big differences. But let's talk FLOORPOV. Let's talk about the team that desperately needs some points. Not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. They've had major pop-off moments, but they have yet to get a brick bin, and I think that's the most important thing that we have to say. Yes, we love to get kills. Yes, we like to get loot. All of that's nice to have, but in a double Mandelbrick format like this, if you're not getting a brick, you're hardly ever going to be even 2nd place. So watch out for FLOORPOV. They've got to pop off today. Speaking of popping off from the bottom of the leaderboard, my goodness, Fnatic last week, or sorry, a couple days ago, feels like a week ago, on Friday, these guys were at the bottom of the leaderboard. I said the exact same thing about FLOORPOV that I said here for Fnatic, and then they get 2nd, almost win the whole dang thing, and have a great day in the office. It puts them up into contention. They're at 12 points. Unfortunately for them, they got to do it again. Now, the team that really doesn't have to do much to stay near the top is Mandelbrick Addiction. In this group, Mandelbrick Addiction has been running things. They are top of the leaderboard. They're an extremely strong team in just about every single category. But what I like about Mandelbrick Addiction is twofold. One, they play together for a very long time. They know how each other play. But 2, they play for the Mandelbricks. Watch out for NBA today.
Yeah, I think these teams are starting to get their head around the format. They're getting more used to playing against the other players in this team, and they're starting to learn to focus more on those Mandelbricks. I think we've seen the approaches these teams have taken develop over the course of this tournament. They played a lot of games, especially the teams that came through groups. They played so many matches in such a short amount of time. So we've seen some interesting developments in strategy and approaches for these teams. In teams like Mandelbrick Addiction, I think we've seen just get better and better and better over the course of this tournament. There's been slightly changed rules for this event from the last ones. There's a little bit of adjustment. We're on a different patch as well. So there's different operator considerations and gun balance considerations to take into account. But yeah, NBA, I'd agree, definitely the team to watch today. Obviously, they've got SkyT, who is currently joint top killer, along with James from Fnatic. So 2 players to watch out for there. And again, WLG and FLC, they've also got some people up there in the top 10 on fraggers as well. Selen for WLG with 24 kills right now. And then Jex in FLC got 25. Silawar on FLC also got 24. So there's no lack of teams and players fragging out here, but they all got to convert that to a brick to get those points.
Yeah, and listen, call me somebody that just goes with the crowd, but I'm cheering on Alliance today. I think that this is Alliance's big day to pop off. They've been so close so many times that there's no way that happens to them again. I think they're at least a top 3 team today. I would actually, I would put 100% down. If I was putting like channel point gamble down, I would say Alliance is 1,000% going to be a top 2 team today. I just feel it in my bones. Something's in the water for Alliance. I think they've got a really good chance to pop off today. So watch out for Alliance on the map. They're hungry. They're probably feeling a little bit cheated over the last couple maps of losing out bricks in 0 seconds and 1 second. It's time for them to pop off and take over. Let's see what they're able to do. Same thing for Fnatic, though. It feels like they've got a lot of momentum. Watch out for James, man. For a team that's near bottom of the leaderboard still, Ben, it's crazy to see that a team that has 12 total points and really only on the back of their last match, James is still like top 5 on most of our individual leaderboards. Like, this is a really good team. I think Fnatic could have a really good day today.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing James on 30 kills for Fnatic, and they're still sitting in 9th on the lead at the moment. So yeah, definite potential for them to push on. I think they'll do well today. This is our map rotation, by the way. We've got Zero Dam coming up first. Those eco rounds, as Gojo was talking about just a moment ago, going through the rules, and then we're going to be going on to Brakkesh. That's going to be our first Mandelbrick round for the day. This is our operator pool. You can see obviously no one's ticked off yet. As we said, you get 2 uses of each operator. And then by the end of the thing, if we get to game 7, that gets reset as well. But those first 6 games, if we get that far, you can only use each operator twice. And that's for the team. That's not individually. So you have to be considerate. Think about who you're going to pick. You want to be careful who you're using for aggression, who's got smokes, who you're using for flashes and recon and scouting. All sorts of things these players take into consideration, but certainly Raptor is the main man we certainly see on Zero Dam a lot. Probably some D-Wolf, and some of the things one of the things we were talking about yesterday is not using up your favorite operators. So here we go.
Yeah. Here we go. I love it. Raptor time, D-Wolf time, but it's time for a giveaway, folks. We're about to drop into map 1. You know how this works. Go get your Neko Mimi spray paint. When this code appears, there it is. Go type it in as fast as humanly possible in-game on the official website. It is the first 35 people to redeem it. Go type it in now. We got a couple more of these coming up down the line, but you got to be quick, so pay attention. I'll give you a hint. It's going at the same time every single broadcast. So if you've tuned in at different times, different shows, you know when this is about to pop up on your screen. So get ready. You hear my voice start to say something about a giveaway, you better be ready to type, all right? 35 redemptions on this one. The next one will be less. The next one even less than that. So you got to be very, very quick. Thanks for tuning in. Want to reward you for being here. We got more giveaways the rest of the day. Time to jump into Zero Damn Though, baby. Eco round. I say this every time, but best way to get your money up is to kill people on the map, all right? We got to get some eliminations. 800K per, plus that kill point you talked about. A lot on the line, even for an eco round.
Absolutely, and although it's interesting looking back at some of the games we've had previously, a lot of the teams we've had that good first game on Zero Dam then haven't necessarily been the team to go on and get the win. You know, WLG yesterday kind of came out of nowhere, so we'll see if that plays out again this time. This NBA and Alliance have the spawn in the center, the admin spawn. NBA making the nice little jump up the truck there that I normally fail to do when I try and do it, but they're swiftly up onto the balcony, and that's actually pushed Alliance back into the car park. Alliance must have been maybe deciding not to take that or coming a little slowly, because they've got pushed back very quickly by NBA there. Rest of the teams just dotted around the map, as you can see on the little map view there. We've got FPOV and Cement Plant, FNC, Fnatic up at Barracks, and then FLC and WLG. They're down in the southeast of the map as we join. Kobe here, opening up the tech room keycard, see if we can find anything nice. If we see anything nice, like that vacuum, that will pop up on the feed. That's a pretty nice little 2x3 from NBA Bulldo there.
I wish my vacuum was that expensive. That would be nice. Yeah, what a find there. Quick look at our operators and kits. For those that don't know, you can only bring purples and blues into the first round. You can only buy golds once per round, or per game, rather, per match. And already we're seeing, oh my goodness.
Whoa.
We got to pull a replay of that if we can, or at least go to the inventory. This is 100%. We're going to do a vibe check with Skydie first and see what he's thinking about this match.
We had some shaky moments, and we just need to be more decisive in high-pressure situations.
Hey, listen, shaky moments, under pressure, a $4 million key card, it'll make you feel good. I think that's the #1 red pull ever in the Delta Force Rise series, Ben, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if you've been in every single stream. I've been in most of them. That is one of the biggest items in the esports client, if not the biggest.
I think you're absolutely right there. I've not seen anything over maybe about 2 mil, 2 and a bit mil. I don't think I've even seen anything at 3. So to get a 4 mil, not only a 4 mil, right? That's a 4 mil 1 slot item. That's taking up 1 slot in your safe box. So that is absolutely huge there. They've got plenty of room left to take out more loot or to keep the rest of your things you're going to use in that round, your ammo or whatever you want to keep safe. So that's very useful. That is 4 mil. Banked for the round, no matter what happens for Sky Team. This is our first knock hit.
Yeah, that's going to be Fnatic, who have rotated up. I was so distracted by the red that I didn't have a chance to call it out, but we did see Fnatic rotate up from Barracks very quickly. They heard some of the shots, of course, from the folks in admin, as NBA continues to reap the rewards of getting to admin first. There's so much we could break down on this map already of how well NBA is playing. It's just forced Alliance, like you said, to be staying back in the car park, then swing around the outside, try to play shipping containers, and they're the ones running into Fnatic, losing a player. NBA's early, aggressive, very aggressive move up to admin to throw shots down on Alliance has given them so much benefit already. I'm not even sure they're aware of how much benefit it is. Aside from the fact they're at 7.5 mil, Alliance is in an utter blender where otherwise they would have been sharing admin and been in a 2-team fight for a while. Like, that one move changed everything, and that is the benefit of how many scrims NBA has been doing. They know this play, they know they can hit that hop up immediately, and they caught Alliance at the perfect time to force a really weird engagement. Now Fnatic are the only team with a single kill on the board, and Alliance in a complete blender trying to figure out where the heck do we go now. There's nowhere to run.
Grind completely isolated there over in containers as NBA decide who's going to carry the ridiculous amount of loot they've been finding. We've seen red after red after red pop up on the right-hand side of our screen, but Yeah, Grind was just over in the containers. They were spread out. Alliance there got caught out by that rotation for Fnatic from Fnatic, and now looks like the rest of Alliance are going to have to give up on that, and you can see them moving now towards that wall breaker area. Wall breaker, I believe, has already been triggered by Fnatic. They're moving in towards that, unless they just decided to hang out in the tunnels. NBA still holding the center, but this FBOV we're joining here, seeing how they're getting on. First, we've really seen of them this game. They are down in this underground area, going to use the key card and have a look up towards admin, potentially. But we've still got a couple of teams to the south. FLC, you just got a glimpse of there on their screens. They're still hanging out. They're going to be waiting for this airdrop that's going to be coming down shortly. They can see that landing in their area, so they are going to be claiming that. And we've got a few teams moving up towards the admin area. But yeah, I think Grind there. Doesn't look like the res is going to come in. Still on a timer, but they'll think about it.
Whew, all right, I gotta resettle back in. There's a lot going on in this map, and the main thing to pay attention to is this airdrop. We're seeing a couple more reds being pulled by NBA in control of admin, but the reds right here, these 5 shots, are probably the most important thing that you can find. FLC had picked up a ton of value just getting to the first airdrop. Maybe you're just tuning in for the very first time. First airdrop on our eco rounds is a high caliber weapon, either the 50 cal, that's going to be the M82, or the AWM with Saplua ammo. These are one-shot sniper rifles at this point with the gear people are bringing in. They are extremely deadly. Great for maps like this, sure, but even better if you can get out with them and play them on the Mandelbrick rounds. So good job there from FLC. In the meantime, too, Fnatic, we saw that pop up on the right there, Ben. A lot of context for our viewers. They were doing wall breaker, which we brought up a second ago, but they did get those lucky wooden sculptures. They can use those lucky wooden sculptures. Basically, it's almost like a department for our esports client. You can trade those in with some exchange vouchers you have to pay with technical alloy to get gold gear. You can get it faster than your opponents. Another way to get gold gear, one of the only other ways to get gold gear. So it's actually a really important resource, which is why Fnatic has decided to prioritize it.
Also worth mentioning that, on top of that being how you acquire some of those things, there's limits on how much our players can even acquire that gold gear. So as we get later on in today's event, they're not going to be able to bring gold armor into every single raid, no matter how much money they've managed to extract with. So you've got to be careful about what you choose to prioritize in terms of your armor, in terms of your ammo. You're limited on buying all sorts of those things. So just a little thing to keep in mind as we see another big red. But it shows what we were talking about earlier, the value of a tiny red, because that one is absolutely massive. It's 2 mil, but that's filling up your whole safe box. I don't know if NBA can even carry this right now. They're already on 8.6 mil. Oh, there we go. They're on 9.4, and they might want to try and get out of the map right now.
I agree with you. This is probably the first and only time, I will say this in the Delta Force Rise series, they're over 10 mil in raw assets alone. Wow. This is the first time I would say, guys, it might be good to extract. Like, our format has tended so aggressively towards going for kills. Staying on the map is so valuable for your team because it prevents kills from other people. You're able to get your extra kill points. But this is so much. This is 5 supply points. It's not worth it. I think everybody needs to get out, or at the very least, pack one person max value as much as you possibly can and send them out via paid, probably is your next best option. But it's a little risky too. They go down there and can't get out of the map. So yeah, I don't know. I'll be very curious to see what NBA actually decides to do, because if they die here, there's no way all of that can fit in their save boxes, and they've got a lot of value in their hands.
And definitely easier said than done to try and get out of the map. You tend to see, the teams down in the south. One of those we'll usually see claim the paid extract as pretty much as soon as it's available. You get a bit more money for doing tasks in this version of Delta than in normal public matches. So that's why you'll see teams maybe doing the smaller tasks. That will give them the money they can use to claim paid extract, and they don't always immediately use it. You can run up, sort of claim it, and then if you leave the zone where it starts counting down the 30-second timer, that will still be yours. You can just come back to it whenever you want, and you'll still have that 30-second timer. So expect to see that happen at some stage. And NBA, pretty far from the paid extract. They do have the options to the sides of the map, depending on where they spawn. They could have the bagless and the weight extract, and here we see this is FLC moving down towards that paid, and I would fully expect them probably to run over and hit it, or maybe they haven't done a task yet. No, they haven't gone over to it, so I would say maybe they haven't completed a task to give them the money on that, unless they're just clearing the area first. This is here we are with airdrop number 2, the lesser of our 2 airdrops, but Alliance still keen.
Yeah, there's no reason not to do it if it's free. But you can see the value you're getting from it is next to nothing. I mean, that was $500,000 in total, maybe. So not too bad in terms of being able to buy, better gear potentially next time, but it's not going to give you any points on the map. So just keep that in mind. It's worth it if you're in the area. Not worth like losing your life over though. A single kill is more value than that for context. 800K, but quick look at the map, and I think the map view really tells the whole story. It's a good shout from you, Ben. Obviously, paid extract, difficult to get to, especially if you're NBA with the amount of teams that are around you. Scooby is up on height, basically just playing an Overwatch position to try to stay up to date on all things in intel. This is Delta Force's way of reading a newspaper, okay? Just play high ground, throw your drone up above it. It looks like Fnatic's Red Bull doing a lot of the same. Just trying to get as much info as possible so they can make informed decisions. So FLC, probably the least informed out of the rest of the teams, just mainly because they've been on the south side of the map playing for this that's now in hand. So they're going to start clearing up north and try to get that intel so they can actually kind of play the game. Every round is only 18 minutes, and sometimes they feel like they fly by. This one, certainly the case. 11 minutes already gone. So we'll quickly need to be fighting over either extracts or fighting each other for those all too elusive kill points that we've only seen one of. And you all saw it. Our Alliance team was able to pick up their res, but that player that got rezzed got robbed of a couple things, I think including their backpack. So they can't carry too much on them right now.
Yeah, grind it was getting res there for Alliance with probably a lack of most of their valuable items. Good shout on FLC with the Orm there. I'd kind of forgotten they had picked up and was wondering what on earth they were doing or rotating around the bottom of the map here. That is going to be so they can try and get the Orm out, you would expect, by going up to the no bag extract. They can't use the normal extracts that you and I would just walk over to. That is not an option for them. They can't just stroll over and get the whole team out, but they do get one slot on bagless, and then there's one slot for teams on the other side up at the top with the weight restricted extract. So FLC probably going to send that Orm out, and then you'd expect them to have the other two team members maybe try and get some kills, pick up some points that way. This is Alliance easy, just over on the wall breaker pickup position. You can see Grind just on the corner of the entrance there to the admin complex. NBA still holding inside, and we saw FPOV a minute ago. They're just in that tunnel still. They haven't committed through to admin yet. Once you go over that drop down into the admin basement, you can't go back the other way. So they're just waiting at the moment, maybe going to wait and see when they hear a fight popping off and move in and third party that. And as we often see on these Zero Dam games, it kind of gets right to the end and then gets chaotic. We've got everyone still left alive. We had one kill, they got revived, every operator still on the board. So 18 players here. As we see Grind doing whatever he can with his limited options. I think he's actually picked up some bot weapons there. He's got an M16 with green ammo, so I'm pretty sure he's running bot weapons, so doing what he can with the bird.
Great shout, Ben. Grind is in a bit of a blender, but this truly feels like casting a documentary now. One kill has happened in the last 13 minutes. Everybody else taking a bird's eye view. Roaming around, seeing what they could find. Nothing yet. Not the immediate, crazy, hectic start that we saw yesterday in Zero Dam. Much slower, calm, patient playstyle. And I think one reason for that is NBA was causing a bit of a ruckus last time. With 10 million in pocket, I don't think they're wanting to cause too much of a ruckus. Now, I don't know where they go from here. You can see Fnatic has just been camping that extract since basically they got here. They finished Wallbreaker and just went to Elevator. So, not sure exactly where they go from here besides just wait on somebody to pull the lever. But if nobody pulls the lever, they're out of luck. We're running out of daylight on it.
I'd expect, I mean, NBA are in the best position to pull the lever, or, well, the only position, unless a team pulls it from major sub. That is an option. If we do have a team down near there, they could pull it from there. NBA will, have to assume there's a team over in that position already near the extract, but there's no value in NBA just sitting there and waiting for the round to finish and doing nothing. They might as well either try and get some kills or try and extract from the map. So I assume they will probably pull that lever, but they've only got 57 seconds to do it. It's a 3-minute timer as we see FPOV moving through the paid extract. It did look like it popped up. Was that the timer I saw pop up briefly there? They may have claimed that. They're in this area, but they haven't really done anything yet. There's not really anything worth extracting for them. I guess they're just hoping that a team might come down here that they can shoot, but they've not really picked up any significant value. They're not very likely to get kills down there. And we see Grind in his natural habitat, flying around the Raptor drone, but not really seeing a huge amount. You tend to often see them flying the birds up pretty high. You want to try and avoid pinging the players if you can, so they might not necessarily realize they've been seen. It's pretty useful for that. You can see the little red pings pop up there. So Alliance very much know they have been seen by the low-flying bird of Baldo from NBA here.
Lot of intel gained, but no shots fired. Alliance trying to figure out, where do we go, man? They have been, again, I'm cheering on Alliance. I said this at the beginning. I think they're a top 2 team today. I just feel it in my bones. This has not been their game. They lost a player early. They get pushed out of a tier 1 spawn in admin and get literally nothing. Now they're getting shot by NBA again. I mean, this is brutal. All that to be said, though, NBA, we got to check their safe boxes. How many reds are they missing out on that can't fit in safe boxes? Because they're not getting out of the lobby at this point. And we got 2.5 minutes on the clock. NBA is staying. They're looking for kills. They're looking for anybody to contest them. And nobody's willing to make the first move. I think they likely can fit most of the things in their safe boxes. Between the 3 of them, we do see FLC. I'd be extremely surprised if they didn't do this. Jax does leave. I would put all the money I own on the fact that the player that left is the one that has the OM. So FLC will have the OM moving into potentially the next round or whenever they decide to use it. It's only 5 shots, but that is a difference maker. Here we go. FLC now on the hunt. They've got nothing to lose. Actually, easy. You're getting first blood on FLC. Salawa goes down in transition. So Grind now, a chance to play against Kobe. Remember, Grind's got bot weapons and no back. But Kobe's alone, and in transition, it looks like FPOV is looking to get a little bit mixy and maybe join the action. Might as well. There's 90 seconds left, and finally somebody's down.
Very limited time left for our teams here. They're going to try and get every kill they can as Environ ult gets fired in. Try and knock down opponent. This is Kobe very close. He's going to get caught out by the prone. Not this time. That is kill on Lynx from Kobe. 1 down for Alliance there. FLC picking up that one as we see things build up. FLC have been wiped there. They had 1 off the map already with the orb. And there we go. That is Yersai. And 2 kills on the board now thanks to Blake. This is FNC. 2 kills so far for them. Easy being dropped there by Blake in the admin building, but only 1 minute left on the clock. Alliance have been full wiped during all of that, so FLC and Alliance both off the map now as we join Bane with the Byron dash. Great play from Yersai, and they've picked up 4 kills now from having 0 about 60 seconds ago. That's not too bad.
Oh, man, we got to watch that one back in the replays and watch the minimap. When the first shots are fired and the first body falls, the entire minimap comes swarming outside of admin in this direction to get a piece of the action. I think FLOORPOV ended up the big winners in that engagement. They found a ton of kills, like you mentioned, so those guys doing well for themselves. NBA trying to show up really, really late and hopefully just get a little bit of something. Again, everything's in safe boxes now. 20 seconds on the clock. Got to play for a kill here. There's really nothing to lose besides giving away a point if you lose the engagement. WLG, FPOV trading of blows. FPOV losing at least 1 fully, but Blake actually getting Skydie also. FLOORPOV, the big winners right now with, I believe, 5 kills. Bulldog on the backside, 6 seconds. You believe trying to stay 11 to get 1. That's 1 point for NBA. At least they got something on the map besides supply points. Nice job at the very end to clean up a couple kills. FLOORPOV, the big winners, I think. But that was a lot of kills and a lot of weird fights in the last 90 seconds. I'm not sure who will be top of the leaderboard. Likely NBA and FLOORPOV is my guess, Ben?
I think you're probably right. FLOORPOV got a few kills. They got at least 5, I think. Maybe they might have made that 6 or 7 right near the end there. And then NBA maybe just got 1 or 2 kills, but with their safe box loot, that's going to give them a little bit more. Remember, you need 2 million for every point on the board, every squad point. So that key card, that's just guaranteed 2 squad points. Yeah, so I think NBA and FPOV will be looking okay from that. Probably not much from our other teams. And there we go, 6 in the end for FLOORPOV. Great work by Yersai, Blake, and Obsessed there. 600 damage. Not much asset gain, but they'll be pleased with the kills. And as we talked about before, hopefully they can try and convert that into some Mandelbricks as we go into our Mandelbrick games. Obviously, Brakkesh coming up, and here we see that leaderboard. Actually, really is FLOORPOV clearing the floor there with the 6 kills. No one else getting more than 2, but obviously quite a bit of resource there for Mandelbrick Addiction.
Yeah, good job from Mandelbrick Addiction. They stuffed their safe boxes nearly perfectly. They only missed out on about 1 million in alloy that they had in value in bags. So a good job to stay on the map and go for the kills. I maybe barely miscalculated how many slots they had open between the 3 of them. So nice job from them to stay out. Get 1 kill is nice, but again, 6 kills from these guys at the top. FLOORPOV picking up, of course, top Slayers makes sense. Blake's at the top with 4, your size at 2, and you do see Uvaliers 1 there pop up as 3rd place. Fun fact, though, Ben, 600 damage for 6 kills. I think they got some cleanup kills. That is not enough damage to take down 6 players with the amount of armor and health that each player has. That is... they came in at the right time and got the last couple bullets on a lot of bodies. So that's a big, big win for them. And again, FLOORPOV desperately needs points. They're going to start off likely at the top of the leaderboard after that one.
Well, that's the power of the third party. I think we had FLC and Alliance it was fighting, and then we saw FPV come in and sort of take advantage of that. So that's how they've managed to get those 4 kill points on 480 damage. Is pretty efficient going from Blake. So great work. Our MVP of round 1 today. MVP from FPOV, Mr. Blake himself. 4 kills. Very decent. They'll be happy with that start. I think it's going to give them some confidence, you know, going into the next game. And of course, our next game also has the Mandelbrick, and that's going to be over on Brakkesh.
Yeah, really fun stuff there from FLOORPOV. Popped off, perfect third parties. A little bit of a slow start for our teams, but hey, we got some teams with decent points after the loot and kills that ended up with. You see it down below, folks. Drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force, including our esports channels. There's a lot going on in the Delta Force ecosystem, not only in Season Meltdown, but also here in the Rise series. That esports page is live. You can go actually to playdeltaforce.com, go to the esports tab to check out the Rise series tournament schedule, or you can click those panels down below here in the Twitch channel. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, leaderboard, and then Brakkesh and our first Mandelbrick. Not going to want to miss it.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat! This... And Illich's got him, they're here, lines them up, even through the shocker and nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's going to be hopping off that.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, not going to do very much, though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
That knocked them off their feet.
There we go. Damage, there it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, day 3, week 3, and EMEA region started off, I was gonna say with a bang, but I think just with some nice luck. It ended, map one rather, ended with a bang, but otherwise it was actually very, very slow start. Some great pulls from NBA should put them near the top of the leaderboard, but FLOORPOV, amidst the chaos of the last 90 seconds of Zero Dam, where finally we saw some fights, they actually come out the big winners by a mile, pick up 6 kills. So you can see they're ready to rock and roll. And again, as a team near the bottom of the leaderboard in the group stage bracket, they'd love starting out at the top. Here's a look at it. This is how it all works. 9 total squad points. They picked up, I believe they picked up 6 kill points, unless this is showcasing that last kill didn't come through in time, because I was going back and forth trying to decide if it did or not. We saw the cleanup come in at the very last second, and so if this is correct, then that's only 5 kill points, but the supply points that they got from the kills and stash value and all that good stuff does take them to 9, which does put them in the lead over NBA, who picked up a ton of supply points but only 1 kill. Ben.
Yeah, really interesting sort of demonstration there of the difference between supply points and kill points. You know, they got so much loot there, NBA. They got that huge key card, almost 10 million extracted, but they're still behind on that leaderboard because FPV went and got 6 kills. Not easy to get 6 kills, of course, but it does show, you know, the importance of kills over that loot. Unless you get a huge amount like NBA managed to get there and managed to get it all in their safe boxes. It's kind of miraculous how they managed to get almost everything out there. But Brakkesh, next we can see Uluru, Toxic, Raptor, popular operator choices for this. The big question is often, will any of our teams decide to commit a Tempest to this map? It's our first Mandelbrick game. Teams don't always want to commit a Tempest. I'm not sure we saw any, maybe 1 or 2 Tempests come in yesterday, but often you'll see teams want to save their Tempest for the later on Space City games. Obviously, no one can win in game 2. You need 2 Mandelbricks to get the win, so it's not absolutely critical, but you still always want to get a brick. And these are our spawn predictions, and there's some really interesting points about how you can never have a tier 1 spawn sort of back to back in a row. So you need to start to think about what will actually be, you know, beneficial to you. Maybe not so much in this game, but as we go into the next game and then on to Space City, right? At the moment, the advantage is with FPOV, Fnatic, WLG. Those are the teams that are possibly going to get the tier 1 spawns, and that means you're close to the brick.
Yeah, I love the call out. Spawns, important things, super valuable. If you're able to get to the brick first, you're able to get in a good position. But speaking of some value, folks, we've got another giveaway for you. Get ready. It's about to pop up on your screen, and when it does, it'll be that code you got to type in. There it is. Type it in as fast as you can. There's only 25 redemptions if you want to earn your SR3M Combat Ready skin. Type in this code in-game or on the official website as fast as humanly possible. 25 people, if you can type it in fast enough, will earn this skin, and you'll be one of the lucky few that have it for free just by watching the broadcast. We got more coming up down the line as well, so stay paying attention. But it's time for Brakkesh first Mandelbrick round. There's also airdrops. There's all types of stuff to play for. And this T1 spawn, the most important, Ben. I always say it. If you get the T1 spawn in Brakkesh, it means you won't get the T1 spawn in Tide Prison, which is a great news because there's no Mandelbrick on the next map. This is a big one. You can see the brick spawning just outside of Museum.
100%. And our tier 1 spawns there you can see was Fnatic and FPOV. They're the ones in the museum at the moment, and that means they are not going to get a tier 1 spawn on the next map. As we see Raid Bull here picking up an early kill, especially by last game standards. That's Obsessed from FPOV being taken down. Early fights in the museum here. And we also saw that early fight at the beginning from Alliance and FLC right down in the tower. Not often you actually see 2 teams really contesting the tower so much. You often end up with one of them dipping out and then one team maybe decided to loot. But FNC, they are stacked up, pushing on Yersai here. Just the 2 remaining, of course, from FPOV. And the brick has appeared above here. Strong nade. Keep an eye on that brick, because that might go a little unattended while this fight is going off. If another team is nearby, now is a great chance to come and grab it.
Yersai almost had a perfect cook nade through the doorway and unfortunately naded himself. So that's unfortunate. We've all done it at least once. And now with an incendiary landing on his head, he's in an utter blender. Is there any chance of him getting a trade? No way. Now Raid Bull last alive over here. Or sorry, trying to force this one player, Blake, who's last alive, to go back to the lobby so they can get on with it and go get the brick. Fnatic doing a great job and winning this engagement. But up above, they're going to start hearing some footsteps of WLG, who's in the area. Can we get one? Yes, nice trade. Okay, that's a point at least. FPOV frustrated about the map, but at least they got 1 point on the board, and they're not going back to the lobby with nothing.
See you later, says Alliance as they run in and take advantage of that, grabbing the brick and making their way around to the western side of Old Town. Looks like that's maybe the extract, or the decode, I should say, place they're going to be targeting, the decode station. You can see our loadouts, operator choices on the left, everyone in purple armor. There is a Tempest on NBA. That's the only Tempest on the map. So SkyT, one of our MVPs from earlier in the competition, running the Tempest. They want to get that Mandelbrick secured in game 2. But it's Alliance who got a real easy pickup. Sometimes grabbing the brick on Brakkesh can be a real stalemate. It can be very hard to dig out of that position on the fountain just outside Museum. But due to that fight, that Alliance come all the way up from the tower where they spawned, grab the brick, and they've got that on the decode station now, as we see WLG have a little look at what they're up to.
Yeah, Oko getting cut down and then cleaned up by the Allure rocket. Great job from Alliance to not only get the brick into the decoding station like you mentioned, but also take one player down of the only extremely aggressive team on their side of the map. WLG backing way off towards the north side of Hotel. You can see them on your screen now. Try to figure out, maybe we can wrap for Oko. There's a chance we could go for this res. We know Alliance won't go and loot his body or anything like that because they've got to stick around the brick. So I think Scooby's going to go for it. I don't think there's any reason not to. And Sellen's actually going to go up to the north side of the map, maybe just clearing out the north side and making sure there's nobody in the area. And now that they see the airdrops up here, I know they don't have a ton of time and they want to play for the brick. They could wait on this airdrop, pick up the armor EMEA 2 that drops, and then go play for this Mandelbrick decoding station. It'll be about 90 seconds from once they grab the weapon, but maybe that's worth it. We'll see. Alliance Grind actually pushed way up because he knows that they're going to be going for this body, and if he can get a peek over when he hears the res, this is a really aggressive but smart play for Grind. I think there's no reason for him not to do this, Ben. With the way the map is currently playing, there's nobody near Alliance. He needs to get really aggressive. If he hears the respawn ping, the reviving ping, he's got to go for it.
It was super aggressive from Grind there. That knock on Oko is the worst possible player they could have taken the knock on there because they were very spread out that time. So WLG have had to make a huge rotation all the way around the hotel to get down to that position. Was a little bit surprised to see Grind pushing out so aggressively. As we can all see on the map, they had a bit of space to work with, but they didn't necessarily know all of that information, though they do obviously have the Raptor drone to have a little fly around with. But Grind in the end, I think once his location had been noticed, decided to back out of that, and they're now holding that position where they have the brick decoding. 1 minute 45 on the timer. Team's starting to get a little bit close here. We've got Fnatic now trying to move over. But as we often see, you've got to be cautious of trying to push the Mandelbrick team, but you've also got other teams coming around behind you that are going to shoot you in the back whilst you're trying to stop the Mandelbrick. And that's a nice rocket in from Bane there. Going to follow up the grenade, but not doing a huge amount of damage on Alliance Easy there.
80 seconds on the clock. See our team slowly closing back in after the reses. Fnatic thinking about how do we move over from Museum after getting our team wiped and actually still play for this brick. 60 seconds on the clock now. This is a classic part of Brakkesh that is very deadly for some of these teams in the late game. If you give away a free brick here, Alliance is going to set themselves up well for the late game in Space City. They're going to have so much power on this leaderboard. And here goes James. First knock from a distance, actually on Bulldo and cleaned up. Nice find for Fnatic to get a drop and a full from distance from Museum. That's their 4th on the day. And they're actually running away from the Mandelbrick. They're willing to give this away because they've got a nice, a nice kill point lead right now in this map. They're willing to say, okay, this isn't our brick to take right now. We're not going to be there. It's got to be somebody else. And when you let the rest of the lobby determine your fate, unfortunately, usually you are let down. WLG is here. Can they make a big play? NBA is the only team with a Tempest, but they're not in a position to actually make a play for this brick. It's got to be WLG, and it's got to be right this second. 5 seconds on the clock. Can Selling get there in time? Not even a chance. Grind finds him in transition. Knocks him down. Alliance, the first brick. I told you there was something in the water. I could feel it in my bones. I've got the script. Alliance taking the early lead.
That's got to feel so good for Alliance after coming so close in the matches yesterday, as we were listening to the comms here.
An oben, Bendo. Oben. Gebe wir noch. Komm mal her, bitte. Ich komm, warte auf mich.
I feel like you can see the adrenaline just cooling down a little bit as Alliance getting a fight with WLG. This is Oko. We saw Nocturna has been revived, but pushing in, gets netted, and Grind goes down, as well as Easy.
Goodness.
Just Lynx left now. Good work from WLG getting these kills. They didn't get the brick, but they can try and get as many points as they can through these kill points. That's going to be Lynx getting Oko down. Does manage to balance out the tide a little bit here.
An interesting engagement between these two teams. It felt like WLG were at a huge disadvantage, but it shows the efficacy of Gizmo, man. That net is so dang deadly, and anybody that says Gizmo's not a comp level operator, continue to watch the Rise series and you'll be proven wrong over and over again. A big moment. Do you see some kills happening off screen as well? But Alliance, the team at the top now with the brick, they want to get a little extra cherry on top. They want to get this team wipe. And Scooby hears the sound, the all too elusive, can I get there in time sound? And the answer is no, cannot get there in time. Crawler Nest is out, but he's catching some Dragonfly Swarms to the face. Link's trying to even up the tide of the Lure Rocket. But the Gizmo actually did net a re-knock there as Scooby very low, can't push back in. NBA and Fnatic in a big engagement off screen, but Scooby can open both of these doors. Let's see what he decides to do. Baiting this out, healed back up. A 1v1 Alliance would love to win this engagement and get extra value on the board. Maybe trying to bait out a Chow here, going for the res. Can open both of these. He's got the key cards for it. Scooby gonna come in the backside. Will it be expected? Door opens. Does the res get up in time? Yes. Bodies are up, smokes are in, and WLG still fighting for their lives. Gets one. Can he get two? No! They get him! A great play from Lynx. A brick and a team wipe. They got him.
Yeah, Easy down again, but Lynx does save the day in the end. Great little fight there as we join FLC. Repairing up, actually only FLC. Couple of members of Fnatic and 2 members of Alliance left on the map now. We've lost NBA, FLOORPOV, and WLG with 8 minutes still remaining on the clock. You can see on the map feed there, we've got FLC down just to the south of the museum. Jane from FNC quite isolated there, and then Bane just to the north near the airdrop position with Alliance we just saw a minute ago. You can hear the boss helicopter raining down noise and destruction on our teams. How many kills down for FMC? They got 4 on the board there. They've got a man down, Raid Ball with the cross, so not going to be revivable. The Alliance should be able to get back to a full 3-man, and just as we say it, that's what they managed to do. Shepherd here being used, taking some hits. Nicely shot down of the Uluru rocket there. This is a 2v3 though, so it's going to be a tough fight for Fnatic.
Alliance nowhere in the area. They're still up at hotel. So it's just going to be these two teams. 2v3. And again, we missed some engagements while we were watching the Alliance fight. You all can see very obviously, Mandelbrick Addiction did get wiped in that transition. Fnatic lost 1 in that fight, who had already been down. So Raid Bull off yellow timer and full out. Here's the engagement though. FLC find the first shots. James goes down. Fnatic in a blender. It's going to be 1 player left for him. It's going to be Bane. Coming to be a hero, or I don't want to call him a 0, but he's got to run away. This isn't a fight to take. Not in a 1v3. It's going to be insanely difficult to win. With 7 minutes on the clock, potentially could try to just get out a dodge. Now, what we forgot about, or at least didn't have time to think about, is the first airdrop, which is our Talk about the biggest winners today. My goodness. This is Alliance looting this, folks. Alliance got a team wipe. They got the Mandelbrick, and now they're getting an This is the best day for Alliance ever, man. I don't know what spirits were talking to me before this one, but I've got it all figured out. Alliance is in a great position now.
That AWM has been sat there for so long as well. That came down a whole bunch of time ago. It's just been sat in the north of the map in that market area. That was down when we saw Oko getting revived earlier when the Mandelbrick was being decoded. So that has just sat there untouched, but no one else was just in the north of the map. They were focused on the Mandelbrick. Then a bunch of our players got wiped out of the lobby, and then they grabbed that. This is Kobe here getting the knock on Uvelia there, and Skyte here, last remaining player of NBA, getting nice shots in the back of Raidball. It's going to get lost as we see that intense fight we saw in the hotel. So unlucky. Great use of the Gizmo utility there. It was quite interesting to see a newish operator in the game, or certainly in this version of the esports server that we play, getting netted with those spiders. It's come into play a couple of times already this game.
Yeah, it's super important to be able to win some of these engagements. Frankly, too, like WLG can't be too mad about that. That was a fight they should have lost, and they almost won it and got into a position where they could win it. So here comes Alliance. Quick note, you did see them pull that fossil actually out of the second airdrop. So Alliance got every objective on the map without really being contested. They got the spawn of the Mandelbrick, because there's a fight happening inside a museum. They put the Mandelbrick in the decoding station. Nobody stole it. It wasn't contested until the final 6 seconds. That's a free Mandelbrick. They then go up, get a team wipe, and they get the top airdrop, get the then they get the second airdrop. Now, they got like 500,000 out of the second airdrop, but that is every objective achieved by Alliance. This is the Alliance I was expecting to see today. They were really living up to expectations, and I know the fans are going to be excited about this one, but job's not done yet. Still 5 minutes. The last thing that they could do is get out of the map, which is still technically possible. Crazy to say.
A little surprised we haven't seen Alliance decide to just send the Orm straight out, really. They've got control of the whole Old Town area right now, just toward deciding what they want to do. You can see them on the map there, just off to the other end. But this is Bane, our last remaining player from FNC, actually going to get the revive on James here and get him back up to 2. We got 4.5 minutes on the timer. It does seem like most of our teams have kind of disengaged a little bit. It'd be interesting to see what equipment James is actually left with, but 4 kills on the board for the guys in FNC. For Fnatic isn't too bad. 4 as well for Alliance, our Mandelbrick holding team. So plenty of kills for these remaining players. But, you know, let's talk about Alliance for a minute. They came so close on getting those bricks yesterday. Really nice to see them get over the line. You know, they've been playing so well throughout the tournament in terms of getting kills and fragging and still being aggressive on bricks. But they just had a few where they just not managed to get it claimed. So great start for them to get that in this second game of the day. Next brick game, of course, isn't going to be until Space City. We've got Tide Prison coming up next, but sets them up really nicely. And, you know, Alliance making a statement, I think, with the brick in game 2. We thought maybe NBA, WLG having the process. Here's a bit of comms.
Petite assassin, si je veux gratter un point, c'est un point.
All right. Pretty chill right now because there's not much for them to do. If I saw that correctly, it looks like one member of Fnatic is on 1 HP in a dream as Shepard. Not sure. I mean, they're up. I'm not sure that they have any meds on them. So I don't know what's going on over there, but they're going to hang out outside of New Tower Battle and see what they can do. For now, we're paying attention to some loot before we prepare for the extract. And this is the big one, of course. Lucky wooden sculptures are big for getting gold items. You get those out of the boss. So they just took down the Blue Eagle. You saw that. Helicopter goes down. They get the loot out of it. There's our lucky wooden sculptures. Very nice. Alliance. Again, they have gotten every single objective you can get on this map in Brakkesh. The last thing they have to achieve, and then they check all their boxes and win bingo, is to extract as well.
Full extract is on the cards potentially here for Alliance. It looks like it's going to be FLC that they fight for that. The low HP player we saw was James. I don't think James was expecting to get revived. Had wandered off at FK for a minute and has been revived and then is now just sat where they got knocked at the front gate of the new Tower of Babel. So hopefully might come back in time to do something, but probably doesn't even have a gun, as we see a smooth ball picked up by FLC as they move through. Oh yeah, they do have Jex in the tower. Maybe going for the dog tag extract point. That is an option you can use. So that seems most likely for what Jex has decided to do, and then left the other 2 members of the team to go out. Because good amount of value there. You can see FLC 5.5 million, Alliance 5.5 million, and just 1 minute 20 on this extract timer now.
Bane gonna have to do it himself in a 1v3 against a hot alliance. Any kill here is super valuable. Do see that FLC's on their way, though. This is going to be a really important fight. 60 seconds on the extract clock. So game clock at 80, roughly. Extraction at roughly 60. This is one of those extracts that you can technically share. Even if you're knocked, if you're crawling, you will get out. And woo, buddy. That's the power of the AWM. Need to clean this up to make that bullet worth using. But it does make sure that Fnatic, thinking maybe there could be a full team of 3 over here, make sure that Fnatic will not be getting to the extract because there is no one in sight to help him out. And Easy's going to try to go over there, clear the area, and clean up this kill just to make sure, and that's exactly what they do. Nice job from the backside, though. Salawa trying to catch one in transition, only does a little bit of damage, which is bad news. Easy still with the arm in hand. Might as well utilize it. Let's get some more kills. At least to make sure that FLC doesn't extract. They can share, but they got to go now. 10 seconds on the clock, and Lynx knows it. Holding the right angles. Easy, the better angle. 1 down, 3 seconds on the clock. Can they at least get the cleanup? No, but they will get out of the map. See you later. Alliance have done it. Bingo, they did it. Every objective could possibly pull in Brakkesh. They have got both airdrops. They got the Mandelbrick on spawn. They got the Mandelbrick decoded. They get the boss. They get the Lucky Wooden Sculptures. And they all 3 extract. Alliance is hot right now. And they can't lose. Big congratulations to the Alliance members for doing everything they needed and more. And not much else to show for the rest of these teams. A couple kills. Those kill points are nice. But Alliance, the big winners.
Clean sweep for Team Alliance there. Love to see that. They did commit a couple of shots from the AWM, but I'm pretty sure they've got some more bullets to bring back in for another game. Not able to convert the bullet into a kill point with the last one, but they did pick up the kill on Bane just before that, and all 3 members out. I think that's pretty worth maybe sacrificing 1 on bullet. As we see, unsurprisingly, the best team of that round is Alliance. 6 kill points, 1,000 damage, 5 million in assets gained, and a Mandelbrick just to top that all off. Great work from Grind, Lynx, and Easy there from a new Tower of Babel spawn as well. Not even a prio spawn.
Yeah.
They just snuck up and grabbed that while FPOV were getting wiped down in the basement of the museum.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. I said nobody got anything. 4 points from Fnatic here is actually a big win. Remember, Fnatic was that team T1 spawn. They push in, they get their kills, and they get 1 extra to boot. So 4 kills is solid. That's going to be solid. That's 3.2 million in technicality just from the kills alone, plus, of course, the 4 kill points. That's great for them. That you don't count that as a losing map. But, of course, everybody was just too late to be able to play for the Mandelbrick. They kind of chalked each other, engaging while the Mandelbrick's being decoded, and nobody was really going for it. But a big shout out to Alliance, because one thing that they did, WLG was there early. It was going to be a 3v3, but they found that knock very early in the decoding station, which forced WLG to go all the way back around for Oko. It took too much time. It took way too much time, and therefore nobody was able to contest aside from WLG, who was just too late after that knock. But Kobe does find his way to the top of the damage charts, unsurprisingly picking up a ton of damage and some kills. Raid Bull with 2 assists, Salawa the same for FNC and FLC. Grind picking up 1, but the top asset earners will be FLC's Jax with 3.3 million. And then we've got Alliance, as they all got out. Makes sense. Likely 4th, also Alliance.
Yeah, that was Jex getting out through the dog tag extract to the top of the tower there, getting some bank out for them. This is our MVP, Easy from Team Alliance, 2 kill points, 3 million asset gained, and 351 damage. No surprise for anyone that the MVP is from Alliance in that game. So great result for them. That's our first brick. Next up, we're going to be going on to Tide Prison, and then game 4 in a couple of games time. That's going to be the opportunity for our teams to get their first brick again, or maybe second brick for Team Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance going to take the lead, folks. The big question is, where does everybody else land on the leaderboard going into another eco round? It is Tide Prison next. Get ready for some double Noxes and a whole lot of sneaky around the map. Looking for some kills, though. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll take a look at the leaderboard and Tide Prison right after this short break.
2 members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little solo. Hang on a second, NL. Look at that. It's an absolute sweat. And LG's got it, though. They're here. Lines them up, even through the shotgun knocks. For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's going to be hopping off that.
Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much. Though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
That knocked them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 3, Week 3 here with EMEA. Groups B and D has been an interesting one, to say the least. First map was a little slow. Second map, a lot faster paced. In Alliance, the big winners by a mile. Completed every objective, completed their bingo card, got out of the map, got the brick, got the and everything they wanted and more. Alliance will be at the top of the leaderboard. There's no question about it because they're the first team with the Mandelbrick, but expect to see them in a pretty solid spot in the squad points category as well. They did pick up some kills in that game as well, Ben. And now the big question is who's in second and who can make the most out of Tide Prison. Eco round, looking for kills, looking for reds, anything they can get their hands on. Let's take a look at the leaderboard.
That's right. It's time for our teams to try and make some money back as we see our top 3 teams actually equal on kill points, but it's obviously Alliance at the top. They've got 14 squad points, but it's the Mandelbrick that will keep them locked in their number 1 space until someone else manages to acquire one. 8 supply points for them, but they're also top on squad points, so that would also help them in a tiebreaker as well. FPOV joint second. Well, joint second and third, kind of. We go back through the tiebreakers to see on kill points, but 3 other teams on 10 squad points. FLOORPOV, Fnatic, and FLC. Then 8 for NBA and 5 for WLG. So everyone's kind of there or thereabouts. WLG falling a little bit behind. But as we've seen so many times in this games, it's the Mandelbricks that count. And we've seen plenty of times in this tournament where a team with some of the lowest squad points has managed to get the Mandelbricks and either get the win or at least secure themselves up in the top 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is a very close leaderboard aside from Alliance right now. So I like you said, I think this Tide Prison map is actually going to really start to pull some people away on the leaderboard. Like, this is a pretty important eco round. Sometimes with the eco rounds, it's like, it doesn't really matter. We're playing for Mandelbricks anyways. Let's just get our money up for loadouts. But no, these squad points do desperately matter. Like Ben's talking about group stage points as well. Like, there's so much we could talk about with why these matters. Placement is huge. So Tide Prison is going to be a big one for all of our teams, frankly. And for a team like Alliance, who's already at the top, the other thing to mention is that they want to stretch this lead in the squad points category. They want to make sure that if there is a tiebreaker, they've got a sizable lead over whoever else gets a Mandelbrick. So quick look at the operators. Ben, let's talk about the metas here with Tide Prison. What do you expect to see? Which operators are our favorites for Tide Prison?
Well, it's going to be Nox, and more Nox. Everyone brings in quite a few Noxes, lots of double Noxes. As you mentioned, we're also going to see some Hat Claw, double Nox, popular combination on this. We can see there only one Tempest has been used so far. We're certainly not going to see any Tempest being used on this map. We may see some brought into Space City when we get onto that and have another Mandelbrick there. We can see Hat Claw, Nox, and Nox. Not a huge extraction rate on this map. And what are these percentages going to be? 35% Nox is up to now. Let's see if we can pump those numbers. These are rookie numbers. I want to see more Noxes. I think we had, was it 8, I think, in one game yesterday? Yeah, 8 of the 18 players on the map were Noxes. So let's see if we can get that up. I guess the max is going to be 12, isn't it? If every team went double Nox. Right. It could happen. Could definitely happen.
That's hilarious. Quick look at the T1 spawns. I am probably beating a dead horse at this point, but I love the spawn conversations. The only rules with their spawns is that you can't get T1 spawns back to back. So Fnatic, FLOORPOV, pull the best spawn in Brakkesh because they get tier 1 spawns in a Mandelbrick round. Unfortunately, they didn't get the Mandelbrick, but Fnatic found some nice value from it. They will not get the tier 1 spawns in Tide Prison, which is good news because that means they could get the tier 1 spawn in Space City. Okay, I'll stop making that point, but it's still a fun one to make because Tide Prison T1 doesn't do that much for you. Like, you're in somewhat of a better position in the prison to be able to make some plays, maybe get some early intel where some of the teams are at, but I can't see much value for those positions otherwise. And so with that in mind, you really don't want the tier 1 spawn in Tide Prison unless there's a specific play you're trying to make if you get it. So everybody's got their own plans, strategies. They've been repping a ton, and so I'll be curious to see how this one all plays out. One quick thing about Tide Prison too, yes, there is an airdrop. That airdrop will just have loot, reds, golds, the things you've been seeing, probably a fossil. That seems to be our most often read, or champagne bottle maybe in that second airdrop. But the way you get the high caliber weapon is completing the GTI supply mission. So you'll see that icon top middle of your screen once we get into game. You'll pay attention to when that's active and can be grabbed and who gets it, because that's how you get that high caliber weapon.
Another operator we often see used on Tide is going to be Morse. Can be very powerful with his ultimate ability. It can scan over multiple levels, and it's such a multi-leveled map. You can cover a huge area with that Morse ultimate. So we'll see if we see any Morses. We're certainly going to see a lot of Noxes as we go into game number 2 today. And here are our operator choices and their armor choices as well. We've got a bunch of Noxes. 1, 2, 2 double Noxes, a double Uluru Raptor for NBA. And yeah, slightly less Noxes than I'm expecting. I think maybe only one Morse in there, maybe a couple of Morses. So yeah, a few curveballs from our teams. As we join NBA, we've got SkyT, Uvilia, and Baldo. They're going to be making their move to get their gear from the little box and head into the map. As we see Team Alliance marked on the left there on the leaderboard with a little yellow icon to show their Mandelbrick proudly that they grabbed from that last game. And they're going to be trying to make some money to help them in their quest for more Mandelbricks in game number 2 today.
Here we go. Take a look at the map feed. A lot of action already happening on main as well. NBA and Alliance, I was about to shout out, could potentially be the first engagement, but it's actually NBA finding Fnatic from distance first. So it's Uvalier here, finding the long angle underneath, be able to pick one up on Fnatic and actually burn out another. They're going for the res now. Uvalier can hear it. Not electing to go for the push because he feels maybe some pressure from the backside and his teammates aren't there with him. Here they come. Are they going to get super aggressive and go for this? They're trying to play patient. The res does come through and Fnatic say, ooh, we do not want to go this direction. But can they get out? One shot needs to land. Oh, barely. Barely not taking one down from the zip.
Yeah, that is super close, and I think we might be hearing a little vibe check in a second from FLOORPOV, and yes, I will keep an eye out for that popping up on our screens. But this is NBA SkyT here coming in. A lot of early action for a Tide Prison. We don't often see this, really, but the Jane was able to get picked back up, and thankfully had found his way back to his computer as well, which is helpful when you're getting revived in this game. This is Uvelia here, keeping an eye out, Uvelia, sorry, with Grind from Alliance. Alliance, our dominant team in the previous game there. Ooh, big headies through on Grind. It does tank it with that purple armor, just enough to stay alive. Watch out for those Nox discs coming flying in. They do so much damage, and a double Nox team for Alliance there will give them a bit of defensive opportunity to throw those through and get the heals from repairs. Remember, repairs are a little bit quicker on the esports servers compared to normal public matches.
That's a good shout. I'm loving the early action on Tide Prison. This is the engagement I expected to happen first. I wasn't expecting NBA to find one member of Fnatic in transition. So NBA currently have a single kill to their name that was confirmed. But now they don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to overextend into this engagement and then lose and go out early into a map where they need some points. They need some eco. It looks like Selin was able to find SkyT through the bars. SkyT a hair too far up and a bit more exposed than he thought. Selin gets really aggressive and it pays off. What a play from WLG to put the pressure back on to NBA to make a play from the backside. We're talking about the potential alliance fight, but the third parties are in immediately. Again, it's the classic Delta Force mantra. Shots are fired, signal flare in the sky, and now NBA in deep trouble as WLG catch the wrong end of a couple util, but it's not enough to ward them off from a full push. Scooby comes through the bars and is able to pick up one. More POV actually finding some shots somehow. Is that real? Where did Uvalier go and how did he die to floor POV? All I know is that MBA is out of this lobby. Everybody is in the area, and MBA gets caught in the middle between 6 Roxas and 6 hard places. They can't go anywhere, and they get wiped. There's more action at hand. Alliance sees floor POV down below, and WLG in the area. Woo! All right.
Early finish there for NBA. They're going to have plenty of time to go and have a little team talk and get themselves ready for our next game coming up on Space City. NBA, one of our winning teams over this weekend so far, with our MVP or joint MVP with Skyty with 30 kills. Well, a little bit behind Nox, but been the MVP probably from this weekend's events after that 12-kill game they dropped on Friday's session on Space City. But they won't be getting 12 kills on Time Prison because they are gone with just 100 in profits. That's not 100 million, just 100. And they are gone. This is Grind and Easy. We can see from Alliance here, they have lost Lynx at the moment. Not sure if they're going to be able to grab that res. They don't have any kills on the board. It does look like, yeah, FPOV, I think, definitely picked up one of those knocks. I'm not sure if they got the confirm on that kill, but they third-partied that fight with NBA there. Was a nasty one. WLG also down. As we see a replay of that chaos, and you're going to see that's Scooby fighting the doorway. Baldo, the last one left up for NBA, does get the knock on Scooby. Then it's going to be Selen pushing through, gets Molotov. Was that from them? Was that from FPOV? And there's the POV we were looking to see. Great work from Yersai there, picking up a bit of damage and some kills.
Okay, well, WLG has knocked and fulled now 2 members of Alliance. They did get Lynx back, but in the process, they lose Grind. So Alliance in a bit of a blender this game. So they try to figure out now what. Quick look at the replays on that one. While we're in replays, here's the engagement. Oko gets extremely aggressive from the top ropes through the flashes. Just holds down the fire button and wins the engagement. Sometimes that's the way it works, man. You hit fire, pretty deadly. You can't see, doesn't matter. Just spray and pray, and pays off for him.
A look at the map there. You can see FNC Fnatic down in the reservoir area. Still plenty of time for the extracts to come, as we're going to get a little vibe check coming in. Maybe not quite ready yet. We got Oko here watching, just got that kill just a minute ago. 3 on the board so far for WLG. They just keep an eye on players at the moment. We saw Oko and team obviously get the win yesterday. Double Mandelbrick win. Had a little interview with Oko at the end here. As we jump back in with Lynx, they've lost Grind. That clip, there we go. Back on the stairs. We saw Oko picking that one up just a minute ago. And they are going to play for this res now. Let's see if WLG decide to contest this. Doesn't look like they're going to go for that.
Oko is feeling very confident. Let's do a vibe check with your side.
Our goal is to not give away our momentum with mistakes that we can avoid. Today our goal is to be more disciplined from the start to finish.
Okay. Got to be more disciplined. Being pretty disciplined in Tide Prison, they're able to pick up some of those early third-party kills. So good job from them to find 2 on the map thus far. WLG does have their 3. Looking for more. Alliance somehow allowed to be up and healthy. All 3 up in engagement early. Oko continues to win his ones. Easy goes too soon. And now with the help of his teammates, wait! Alliance down to a solo, trying to fight for their lives. And Lynx is able to trade out Oko. Can he get both more? No, not even close. A great win there for WLG. It felt like Easy from Alliance just went way too early in that engagement, and his teammates couldn't back him up in time. Oko wins the 1, and then they just already have full sent into the fight, so they just commit. A huge loss for Alliance there after such a banger last map. No eco for them. WLG, big winners right now.
6 kills on the board there for WLG from that. 3 for Oko and 3 for Selen as well. So that is great work with 10 minutes left still on the game timer, and plenty of other teams they can try and pick up some kills on. We've got 4 teams remaining, all full contingents now. All the rest have come through. So it's WLG, FLC, FLOORPOV, and Team Fnatic. As we see FLC Kobe down here doing the safe supplies mission in the basement in the Warden's area, trying to grab as much loot as they can. And you can hear the ominous whistling of the boss. You need to watch out for the boss. We do see them pick up kills from time to time. I think we had one yesterday. This is Fnatic and Raidball. They can hear those shots going off. These are shots from the bosses fighting each other, by the way. This isn't a player fight we're ignoring. As you can see all the yellow markers on the replay, or the sort of cam there that shows all the AI operators just having a huge fight. But we're not too worried about that. But it's a bit of a distraction for our players, right? Just covers a little bit of audio. You might be able to sneak up, and maybe that's what WLG are looking to do, is they're on 6 kills, and they might want to add to that.
I agree. I think at the end of the day, Eco is about getting money. Best way to get money is to get kills. They're doing a great job. They got 4.8 mil in Technic Alloy if they don't even leave the map. So things are going well for them. Question is now what? Got to get some intel on the map. Where is everybody? Do you know that there are 2 teams nearby? Likely you have an understanding that at least one is. Fnatic have been in this area since the very beginning of the game. Remember, this is where they dropped down and got immediately taken down by Uvalier on that long angle on the low side. So they're back to where they started. Still not much else to write home about for now. We turn our eyes to FLC. Speaking of not much to write home about, my goodness, these guys have been on the south side of the map doing quite literally nothing but looting. And all they found is about 1.7 mil. So not really worth it. Not yet. Airdrop, missions, those are the 2 things that they could do potentially to get some extra value. WLG are on the move.
Not been a lucky server for FLC, considering we saw NBA leaving Zero Down with almost 10 million in our first game today, albeit with quite a lot of lady luck on their side. But they got 10 million out without even extracting from the map. That was purely safe box, so it does show a little bit of difference that can make. But you know, it's more about the kills, really, in terms of those squad points. You want to get some of those on the board, and there's just 7.5 minutes remaining for our team to try and do that. You can see James here. One of our top fraggers of the tournament so far is on last life. Did get knocked and finished at 1 point. So that's going to be last try for James. This is FPOV. You can see Yersai and Obsess both on 1 kill each. So they've managed to get something on the board for this game as they just keep an eye out through the windows here. This is James sneaking through one of those Nox operators. They got the Nox Morse Hackclaw combo there. Nice little combo. I haven't seen too much Morse ult pop, and I think that was the only Morse brought into the map. They're interesting to see a bit of the looting here. When you see the dog tags in the safe box, by the way, dog tags are actually worth value in this. In normal public games, you can't even safe box them, but in this, they're worth an amount of ally, and that actually increases as we go further through today's match. So that's why you're going to see players putting those dog tags into their safe box. It's not just for bragging rights. It's not so they can just gloat when they're doing scrims about who they killed. It's actually going to add some money into points to their board.
A good shout. Once we get to Space City, those are like 150k a piece, so definitely worthwhile ad. Here we go, WLG. Do they know that the rats are in? Doesn't look like it. Oko gonna get cut down first. No question about it. See you later. Surprise, surprise. Fnatic have been here since the beginning, and down go 2. Can we get all 3? Running away. Scooby, tail between our legs. You had a great start, but you walk in to a rat infestation on low side and go, geez, we didn't get any intel. We walked in, didn't check our corners. A small mistake for WLG turns extremely punishing.
A bit sloppy there from WLG, and Fnatic getting those kills. They're going to be getting them back. Ooh, nice little red there. The old carbon fiber coming through for Siloa. That's a 3x3, so it's going to take up the whole safe box, but a good find. We saw a few of them popping up a couple of weeks back in the group stages, so nice to see Tide Prison deciding to give our players some res. Not seen too many drops so far, and that's put FLC on to 4 million in profits. Fnatic on about the same, and then WLG, the one remaining member, on 2.6, but that might drop down once their players aren't able to get out of the map. FLOORPOV not really picked up anything so far apart from their kills, but of course WLG, they do have kills on the board. 3 for Cell and 3 for Oko. None for Scooby. That is the only player left up. So plenty of opportunity for Scooby to equal that and grab 3 kills and make it a nice even 9. See what they can manage. This is FLC though. Our Nox moving around, see what they can do. They're kind of in the central area here, this sort of medical area just outside the offices. You can see Groth there. Just 4 minutes and 40 seconds, though, left on the match timer. Going to be interested to see if any of our teams are really considering trying to get to an extract at this point. There is time. There's Bagnus. There's the lever to be pulled. There's the one down in the south in the shark-infested water. So there are options for our players.
Yeah, worth mentioning too, FPOV, they're actually doing the GTI supply mission right now. So they just blew open this door. This is where they're either going to get the M82 or the OM. Let's see. It's going to be an OM. Nice. AWM, 5 shots. FLOORPOV going to make this map worth their time. Huge pickup for the next round. In particular, they really want to use this on Space City. Super valuable. Nice job completing that mission while everybody else was on other areas of the map. It looked like FLC heard the ticking bomb, if you will, of blowing open this door. And I thought they were going to try to engage in this and maybe steal it away, but thought better of it or couldn't find the right angle to get there in time. So they're just going to keep rotating.
It looks like maybe FLC just getting themselves in a position in between FLOORPOV and the backpack extract, just giving them an option to try and block those guys from going to that. They'll be aware that they would have picked up that huge gun, one of those 2 sniper options you can get. As we see them try to take down Groth, you got to be careful. Surely not going to... Can imagine if we saw the Orm shot on the boss, as much as you'd like to be able to get him down so easily, you got to use your normal gun. Yeah, it might be tricky for FPV to get out. They've got FLC in the area now, also distracted by the boss. And the SI's got to be very careful with that AWM. There's only 3 minutes left on the clock now, so we're getting into crunch timers. Some of the extraction points are disappearing. You can see the southern one in the river area. That has now gone. No one took it. No one is extracted.
Yeah, FLC's Jax is actually taking no bag. So he's going through the water and getting out of the map, which is actually a huge play that they don't know is the case necessarily. Maybe they do, because they heard the bomb and knew that there was a team getting the Almost always the team that gets the AWM sends that player out through the water like that. So this is actually a big win from FLC to kind of stop FPOV from getting this high caliber weapon likely out of the map. It doesn't look like there's another way for them to leave as of current, especially with only 2 minutes on the clock. So unfortunately, now you got to get active with the gun, and they're struggling to get through Warden right now. Maybe not wanting to move, but they need to move. You got 5 shots, so you got to do something with it.
A clever play from FLC there. As you say, it's not always maybe about extracting, just because you've got something you want to get off the map, just using that extraction to deny extraction to the other team. So that has kept the AWM on this map. It's not going to be leaving Tide Prison. FPV won't have that when we go into our Space City rounds, which are going to be coming up. So important play there. We do have one of our other team members up here, Selen, resurrected by Scooby. So WLG are up to 2 players again. They might be able to add some more kills to their total. They've got a whole bunch of them already as we see the Morse ult deployed. And this is Siloa and Selen just next to each other. You can also see Fnatic just down to the side. So all of our remaining players and teams with just over a minute on the clock condensed down into a very small area as Jame has been dropped by Silo there. That's the first knock of this fresh engagement. Rayball going to grab that body and see if they can get them somewhere safe here.
A nice pickup, but not going to get a confirmed kill, so not really worth anything. FPOV trying to swarm back into this fight. Again, they need to make this worth it. It's a huge waste. They can't put the ammo in their safe box. They have to go for kills, but with 45 seconds on the clock, somebody's going to have to get aggressive. It's this weird cat and mouse game where you don't want to give another team a point, but you desperately want the point. Otherwise, all your time has been wasted. Here's an angle for Selen. Pops up, misses, and Ursight hits the shot. Hey, at least he's finally getting paid. Getting the getting 1 kill. That's 800K and a kill point. Let's get a little bit of more. Coming in, disc goes flying, doesn't connect, and no, the rats are in. No, not again. The rats win again. No, they can't get 2 at least. Kobe goes down. We'll see if he's able to get that confirmation, or if anybody's able to get it. Is Obsessed able to find Kobe? Yes. Salawa, though, from the top rope, says answer back and get 1, 2. Got to clean him up, though, in the last 6 seconds. He's got to reload. Can he get this last one? Your side will bleed out. Kobe credited with the kill. Nice job from FLC to get some nice value at the very end. What a weird last engagement. Salawa finding the angle on the stairs, whereas everybody else is thinking, could we have done something a bit better? Is there something we could have changed? Is there maybe a different play now that we know all the context? Hindsight's 2020, but that was a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't get an Orm off of the map, then you might as well use it, and that's what Yerside did. Managed to get a kill. They got that confirmed, so that is a point. And then all hell broke loose, and we saw all of our players pretty much dropping at the end there, apart from Fnatic, who looked like kind of just wandered in slightly late to the party and missed all the drinks orders. Here's Oko. Got some good kills on the board from WLG, might be one of the bigger winners, and that is exactly who we see out as best team. 6 kills from Selen, Scooby, and Oko. They're great work from them. It's nearly 1,600 damage. Impressive amount of damage from the boys. 1.2 million in assets gained. They were the sort of team we were keeping an eye on that seemed to be doing the best throughout that round. It's not going to be a huge advantage, but it is just a few extra points to go on your squad point total when we get the updated leaderboard in a short while. Also pretty good from FLOORPOV and Fnatic. Well, a few teams actually getting good kills here. You know, Fnatic and FLC picking up 3, FPOV grabbing 4, and then WLG just out in front. So it's EMEA and Alliance that are going to be just lagging it, well, a little bit behind on the squad points, but obviously Alliance going to be pretty pleased because they'll be the only team sitting at the top with a Mandelbrick so far.
Yeah, they can't get everything they want. They got too lucky on Brakkesh and skillfully able to execute their bingo card. This time around did not go their way. That's the way it goes here with Delta Force. But as we look at WLG, of course, they're going to find themselves near the top of some of these individual leaderboards because they did find 6 kills on the map, 2 full team wipes in credit. It ended up being actually a little bit of a kill farm on Alliance. They knocked 2 members of them to yellow. They got res, and then they killed them again. And then they got 1 extra kill. It's kind of a weird instance, but great job from WLG. They did a good job in their team fights. You can see the damage dealers spread out between WLG, but Oko had a couple individual heroic plays that are certainly worth putting him near the top of some of these leaderboards. Yes, top assist with 2 as well. So a good job from Oko, making really big plays as a solo occasionally is huge for the team. So Salawa does pick up 2.1 mil in total assets. If I remember correctly, that might be that carbon fiber, but Oko does get MVP, and I think this is really well earned. 3 kills, 2 assists, plenty of damage, and plenty of assets gained in, well, not plenty, but some assets gained in the safe box. A great job. Very well-rounded stat line there, Ben, for a guy like Oko.
Yeah, definitely. And we had a good chat with Oko yesterday after their victory. They had some really good, team plans and especially team mentality. And that's exactly what they're going to need to use as we go into a Mandelbrick game now. They're going to be wanting to try and secure that and try and get themselves up to equal or get ahead of Team Alliance, who are our winning team at the moment.
That's exactly right. Folks, you saw it down below. Make sure you drop a follow on all major socials and go check out the Esports website. Esports page is live on playdeltaforce.com. Go to the Esports tab. Check out the Delta Force Rise Series schedule. You can also check it out in the panels down below on the official Twitch channel. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, it's all Mandelbricks for the rest of the day, and we're going to Space City. It's about to be a banger. You're not going to want to miss it.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweep! This... And Elici's got him, they're here, lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off to that.
My name is Kukobi, and I am IGL Fragger for FLC. I'm playing Delta Force since day one playtest, and I never stopped. I actually found Delta Force with my friends, and we managed to play day one beta test. Jakix is the support for the team. He's main Toxic and Stinger, and Seloa is the second Fragger. Recon is main Luna, and also co-IGL. My team is improving every day. We are going to a bootcamp tomorrow, so it will be beneficial for us. There is a very good dynamic between us, and I'm very confident for the next. With Jakix, we have now a lot of experience together, so I think if we keep building the team play with Seloa, we'll be dangerous in fight. My adrenaline moment in Delta Force is when we are decoding Mandels, especially when we are defending the brick. It's really exciting. So for me, my only advice I can do for beginners, it's going to just join the Discord scrims, just do your best, just practice, and you're gonna improve a lot, because it's only about practice and doing this mod.
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Very much though. You get barrel stuff. Steiny is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 3, Week 3 here with EMEA, and Groups B and D just wrapped up Tide Prison. 3 games done, and who knows how many to go. Could be maximum of 4 more, and it could be just 1 more. We've got a team with the brick, unfortunately Alliance, who has that brick, got wiped very early in our Tide Prison map. And it was actually a team that popped off not too long ago. It was Oko's squad with WLG that had a nice pop-off game with 6 total kills, but it puts them into contention. It doesn't put them far up the leaderboard, just puts them within reach. NBA, the only team not within reach. Everybody else, a single point could change the entire leaderboard besides Alliance Bin. This is a wild one to look at.
Yeah, really interesting to see how close everyone is on squad points there. We've got a 2-point swing between 5 of our teams. 14 to 16 points is as wide as it goes. Obviously, NBA slightly outside of that. So that is going to mean any team that is able to get a Mandelbrick is going to immediately be able to contest for that top position, which is currently held by Alliance with their dominant performance we saw on Brakkesh. Then we had our Tide Prison game, and now it is Mandelbrick time. We're going to be on to Space City, and we're going to see that through till the rest of the day, until the last game, Game 7. If we get that far, that can be the choice of maps between Space and Brakkesh. Here we are with our operators chosen so far, I should say. NBA, the only team to have used a Tempest. Everyone else has double Tempest left at the moment. Most of our teams have double Luna. A couple of Lunas used so far, although there's a little bit of personal preference. She is certainly one of the more popular operator choices on this map. Stinger, another very important one because of the use of smokes, the powerful heals, the quick healing. Lots of benefits of picking a Stinger. As you can see, 21% pick for Tempest. But, you know, there's also tactics, as we've talked about, as to when you want to use your Tempest. If you want to save your double Tempest and go for game 5 and 6 with Tempest, you know, that can give you an advantage over the teams that have used them up already.
Yeah, it's a good shout there from Ben. Operator choices are very fun. Spawns also could influence maybe what operators you go for. Something to consider at the very least if you're WLG and FLCs, that you know you won't be a T1 spawn team. Which does that mean you need a Tempest this round, or maybe you wait on it? That is yours to decide, folks. It is ultimately up to how the map plays out. And as we move into map number 4, this could be our last map if Alliance get the brick. And what does that mean for you? It means we've got another giveaway, redeemable code of 1,000 Delta tickets now on your screen. Type it in as fast as you can. Here it is. It's limited redemptions, folks. First 15 to type it in, get 1,000 Delta tickets. You can see the code on screen, redeem it in-game or at the official website. Hopefully you're one of the lucky 15. And if it says invalid, that means you were too slow, okay? So get ready to type it in a little bit faster next time. Hopefully you're the winner today. We got one more giveaway coming up later in the broadcast, so stay tuned for that and listen to my call out. So congrats to our 15 that have already probably gotten their code. Got to be quick. Now, as we move into Space City, we're done here if Alliance get the brick. Anybody else? We keep on playing. That's how the match point works. And it looks like FLC bringing in an to kick things off and also bringing in all golds. FLC desperately wanting this brick. Tempest, all golds. They're kitted out for round 4.
Alliance getting that tier 1 Westgate spawn, and then they've all jumped into the water. This is not a play I've seen so far in Rise. I mean, it looked like FLC were quite slow to contest the gate. I mean, they weren't in the normal, position where you see, super aggression from Dormitory, but Alliance decided to all bail out into the water. Another interesting thing to flag here is NBA, as we see them now. They got the other tier 1 spawn, by the way, came through from Employee Passage. The only team not to bring a Tempest, but they might be the first team to grab a brick. They're going to go for it. It's just appeared, but they do have WLG just above them. Selen, Scooby, and Oko ready to try and stop them, and they do not manage it. The NBA, who needs a Tempest? They managed to grab the brick already. Skyty taking some big hits, and Baldo did get dropped during that. That was by Scooby getting the drop on NBA Baldo. So 1 down. That is the Mandelbrick player. Yep, so they're carrying Uvele here is carrying both the Mandelbrick and Baldo at the same time. So you can get out of that awkward central position.
Yeah, good job there, at least to keep their Overwatch player alive, to be able to look over the top and make sure that WLG can't full send. Ryan trying to take some shots over the top here for Alliance, but no Seagar, not yet at least. And yeah, interesting plays across the board. I think you shouted out perfectly. We saw a quick glance at kits, and it looked like 4 teams, if I saw that correctly, brought in golds for round 4. A lot of teams really investing a ton of value in this first Space City Mandelbrick round. They don't want to leave it up to chance. They don't want to say, hey, somebody else will do the dirty work for us if Alliance gets this brick. So we've got to play for the win, which means bringing in golds for this round. We want to be the team that gets the brick and therefore have a chance to win this competition today. We desperately need the points. All of them do. So with that, though, a good job there with Boulder going down and Uvalier playing Overwatch, the whole team, Skydy now working together. These guys brought in golds. They didn't bring in a Tempest. Smartly, I think, considering they burned Tempest in Brakkesh, this would have been their last Tempest use. If they can get a brick without a Tempest, they'll be in a really good position going into map 5. Here's the problem. They had to rotate because they came in through Employee Passage. They had cleared out the western side of the Mandelbrick spawn, which means their really only option for what would be a quote-unquote free decoding station would be inside Black Chamber. We know that that's not free. I think they have an understanding that's probably not free. So now what? What NBA usually does, if they come through the Westgate side, is they utilize the entire western side of the map, not the east, because they've already cleared it. And they just go back over to ramp. They go outside of Centrifuge, and they just plant the decoding station. They're feeling great. When you have to go east, the question is, where do you go? It's either inside or maybe all the way to Test Workshop decoding station. I think they're kind of trying to figure out what the best option is. I don't know if they know.
Well, they've only got about 2.5 minutes to figure that out, at which point the Mandelbrick will be automatically put back in its original place for our team to try and grab again. As you pointed out, it's quite an awkward spot for them to move that brick. Really, I mean, they have an option of going north to Sand, Central Command, that area, but FPOV, I think, are keeping a little bit of an eye on that, as I can see over on the map feed. But the other options, the one we saw used yesterday a lot, that's over to the west in between Buoyancy and Centrifuge, that's got teams all over it. The one just to the south, Fnatic holding Black Chamber. So they're going to have to just fight a whole team if they want to get a decode. So will be interesting to see where they decide to play, or if they decide to just let it go and try and get themselves into a better position to hold a Mandelbrick. But I can't imagine they'll completely let this one up. Great shout on all the gold you saw brought in, by the way. Our team's investing heavily. They've seen some of these rounds earn quite early, or some of these matches, I should say, in quite early, and they don't want to risk wasting that. Teams, they're going for it this time.
Uh-oh, Rats are in. Rats get punished finally. Grind wins the engagement early. Pops up, perfect centering. Down goes Scooby. Good news for Alliance fans, winning one here, and the other two members of WLG kind of nowhere in the area. This should be an easy cleanup. They've scattered to the winds. Oko, I believe, down below. Yeah, there he is, making a huge wrap for what end we'll see. Maybe expecting a full team push and didn't want to get knocked down. You can see from Nuclear's perspective, we saw this a moment ago. They've spotted the Central Command building team. It's going to be FLC. So they know they can't go north to Sand. They die if they do that, for sure. And they can't really go into Black Chamber if they know that Fnatic's in there. And they can't really go to Test Workshop because they have to wrap around Black Chamber. And I'm not sure they know this, but Bane is up on the bridge. I think you're right, but I think they're just going to let this time out. They don't have a good option. They're going to reset the map and see how it plays without the Mandelbrick in hand.
I mean, it's probably their best option, really, at the moment. They're just going to have to rush a fight. Obviously, not really enough time for them to do that there. And not really anyone taken off the map. They know that there hasn't been many fights going on. They haven't heard too much action. So this brick is going to reset. It's going to appear back in the middle again. Looks like they're getting ready to maybe immediately try and grab it again. And then wait another 5 minutes. I mean, maybe, you know, they just want to keep denying the brick from other teams taking it. If they keep holding the brick and sitting there with it, you know, eventually other teams will try and take it off them because they want to get a brick. But, you know, obviously Alliance, they're the only team with a brick. So wouldn't make the most sense for NBA to continue to try and do that. We can see this is Grind from Alliance, just over that Mandelbrick position, and a big hit with the Orm, but not dropping. And that must have been a body shot. That's the benefit of the gold armor. Saves Grind there. And a bit of a waste of an AWM bullet in the end when you don't hear that headshots. We see NBA getting rid of the toxic ult, and they're going to push to grab the brick on that and claim it for the second time this match. And let's see if they manage to do something with it this time. Still not really in any kind of better position.
Man, every time we play a map of Delta Force, there's always just something different that happens. One moment that is a linchpin moment in this engagement. Think about the fact that if Grind just came in with purple gear, they're like, oh, we're going to save our golds till later. What would have happened there? He gets knocked in a position where his teammates can't get the res. He probably gets cleaned up. He goes down. And then what? Alliance is in a horrible position. They have to figure out how to get that res. And in the chaos of that shot going over the top and ringing true, does NBA still get the brick for free? Maybe, because Alliance can't shoot over the top. But everything could change with one small different decision. And I love that Alliance decided to bring in the gold armor, trying to secure the win here. Because Grind did not go down. Look, a body shot from an arm. And that is one less bullet that that FLC team has. Here we go. I think for NBA, again, it's the exact same question. They're in the exact same position. They just have a new 5 minutes on the clock. And this time, maybe trying to get some extra intel. Let's swing around the backside. Let's make sure nobody's flanking us. Could we still potentially make a play for Sand up on the north? That's probably the best option, even though FLC's up here. Now, Alliance is easy. Also has sniper in hand, but only one more bullet, as that one does land. And I think the exact same thing just happened. Didn't get a knock.
NBA looking for options here. 3.5 minutes till that refreshes again. I mean, they've invested a lot of kit in this game. If they hadn't brought in gold tier gear, then I think maybe, hey, they'd be happy to just let the Mandelbrick go to no one. They're the only team not to bring a Tempest in. So next game, obviously they did bring one in this Brakkesh. So with everyone else using a Tempest, that kind of evened things up a bit for the next game. But you don't want to bring in a load of gold armor and then not even really try and get the brick. Maybe they're hoping the team will push onto them, try and rush it. They can pick up some kills and find a move there. But I think we will see them try and make a play with it sometime, but for the time being, it's just kind of created a huge stalemate. You can see on the map there, all our teams holding station. NBA are looking a bit more enthusiastically towards that employee passage crossing, but as we all know, getting across that pipe in either direction is definitely pretty challenging. They don't have the Stinger on their team either, which gives you, those huge smokes you can throw out in front of you. They have the Toxic to use, but Stinger probably slightly better option for that cross, and it's going to be FPOV that are watching that. They won't even have seen FPOV, by the way. NBA won't have seen them, but they'll be suspicious that they're there, and they did see, as Goj said a minute ago, they had flagged the team FLC, who are watching from Central Command.
Well, a couple of other interesting points. I think if people are watching and haven't been watching a ton of the Rise series, you're kind of like, wow, why the heck is this map so slow? Why is nobody making a move? You got to remember, the Mandelbricks work the exact same way that they work in public service. Everybody can see where this Mandelbrick is. They know exactly where the team with the Mandelbrick is. And if they're already in position set up to cover a decoding station, why move? Wait for somebody to go for a decoding station. You'll see them coming. There's no reason to give up a strong position when the Mandelbrick hasn't moved yet. It is the only objective. So everybody's just patiently waiting to see what NBA will do. NBA knows that they're spotted on the map. And so they can't just like sneak into a position and plant the decoding station under somebody's nose. They've got to win a gunfight. And once NBA has made a decision, which they are now, they are going north. This is the right play. They can only really fight one team up here because they don't know, like you said, Ben, that FLOORPOV is electing to go prone in printing room of all places.
They got to go dorm, right?
Yeah, I think this is maybe... Oh, are they going to swing all the way to dorm? Yeah. Great call. Look at them. They're going to the west. The only decoding station open. Dormitory. What a play.
That's a great move. It suddenly just opened up. FLC decided to move over and try and maybe make something happen from their side. So they kind of moved over towards that sand decode. They've actually come across passage, as you can see on the map feed there. And NBA, maybe they were looking out from test range towards the sand quite a lot. Maybe they saw some of the players make their move, or just the lack of players on the balcony, and they thought, you know what, if those guys aren't watching through the bulletproof glass, maybe they've moved on from somewhere, and it's paid off. You don't often see this one get used, and with 17 seconds to go to the reset, they've put it down on Dormitory. Alliance, they're going to be first to react to that. They are close, but this is a really tough one to push. You need multiple teams coming in from all angles to clear out NBA from this one.
Yeah, really smart play. And this showcase is at the highest level what it takes to be a great team. You have to be able to read a map correctly. That is a perfect read from Mandelbrick Addiction. Read the map, figure out where the rest of the teams are, and then make a move. And the decisive move was made at the right time. 17 seconds were still on the clock when they got the brick into the coding station. Biggest worry now, everybody knows it's there, of course. Alliance is the first team to act. They come swinging this direction on the south side of Westgate very quickly because they know they need to move fairly fast. Here's the problem. We've already reset the timer so many times on the spawn of the brick. We've already wasted so much game clock. Look at the difference between our decoding station timer and the game clock. 5.5 minutes to 3 minutes currently. The first steal resets to 3.5 minutes. So we're in a position where the game clock is going to be a huge piece of information that all of the teams have to make decisions around, whether that's stealing and resetting so nobody gets the brick, or that's waiting for a steal. There's a lot of options to play around this game clock to prevent NBA from getting it, but Alliance can win here. Alliance is the team on match point. They take down NBA or steal. Watch out for the rest of the teams.
Alliance have to be aggressive here, and it looks like it's exactly what they're going to do. The other teams, they were so far spread across the map, and I think completely caught out by this move from NBA. They weren't expecting them to be able to get over the dorm and place it in there. I suppose they would have seen it moving on the map, but for them to reposition and get over here, you can't just go charging headlong across the map. You've got to watch out for other teams. Fnatic now joining the party. Only 2 minutes left on that decode, and we're almost at that time where a decode steal would just deny anyone from getting the brick at all. There's Alliance. They've managed to take some space here. You see Juvelia very close on the brick. I think just on the inside of that little balcony ledge is a great little spot. Didn't even realize you could lay on that. As we can see, Alliance push them around. They're going to try and close in on this, but they need to get some knocks before they take the brick. They're going to go for it. Easy's on it. Might grab this.
This is a great disarm, the perfect disarm to go for the steal. They do lose one in transition though. NBA, a great job to not only get the kill, but also immediately retake. This is actually great news because it double resets timer, which means our next steal's 2.5 minutes. It gives us time. Uvalier says, we don't need time. We want to play another game. Alliance, see you later. Get out of this lobby. We're at least going one more, folks. NBA still in charge and Alliance nowhere to be seen, but the action is still just kicking off. Here comes Fnatic, and at the exact same time, FLC from the backside. It's a huge pinch, and NBA unfortunately is dead center of that pinch. Gotta choose a fight. Which one are you gonna choose? Can you just choose to stay alive? Could you all drop down, give away the brick? Do you know there's a team on your backside who's enough utility? It looks like that's exactly what they do. Smart play from NBA. Gotta stay alive, unfortunately get cut down regardless. Skitey, a little too aggressive out in the open. FLC punish him.
Yeah, FNC and FLC arriving just at the right time, but huge amount of pressure on NBA. They've lost Skitey there. The MVP of the tournament for kills so far is Baldo taking down NBA. They have been wiped there. And FNC, Fnatic, they have stolen the brick. 2 minutes 20 on the brick, 3 minutes on the game clock. So they have time to get this. And at the moment, it's going to be a battle between FLC and Fnatic. But Fnatic is backed quite far up here, and this is going to be traded back to FLC surely, but Raid Ball just in the nick of time. Their great defense does take FLC down to 2 players.
The steal, if it comes in for FLC, will reset to 2 minutes. So if they want a chance to get this brick, they need to steal in the next 30 seconds. That in mind on the game clock, I told you the game clock, a really valuable resource and information that everybody's going to be playing off of. FNC know it, FLC know it. So when FLC make a play, they have to make it now, and FNC are going to try to sit on that brick. FPOV are too late. They could be on time to reset and make sure nobody gets it. They are too late to get the brick, and maybe everybody's too late to get the brick. It's going to be Fnatic or it's going to be no one, folks. Now we're playing for prevention. Stealing the brick here gives you a little bit of cash, and that is it. So a steal has to come in the next 75 seconds, or Fnatic get this brick. If the steal lands, no one will get the brick. Fnatic or nobody, and Fnatic in a pretty strong position. Raid Bull proned out, getting a read here that there's another team joining the party, and the question is, who strikes first in this engagement? Here comes FLC going for the reset. FNC, no, they have to get this. They have to stick the defense here. They got a full commit. Disarm comes in a hair too early. Util landing. FLC's going to get it easily. Steals it away. Too late. Nobody getting the brick in round 4. Going into map 5, the only team that can close it out will be Alliance, and the rest of this is just for kill points. And of course, those tiebreakers that are very important.
Big denial there from FLC. As you say, no one is going to get the brick now. Not enough time for it to be decoded. Little surprise there. FPOV was so slow, and WLG really coming in to try and take advantage of this. They got nowhere near that brick before the clock went, and this is just mopping up. FNC have been taken down to 1 player, but Jame here getting more kills. And that is what Jame is good at. Gonna pick up 2 does and wipes FLC. 2 kills on board there for Jamie. He's left on red health and needs to watch out for WLG coming in, but great individual effort as he then walks immediately into WLG. Selen picking up the kill, the first and only kill WLG have actually managed to get that game, and it is just FLOORPOV and WLG left, and FLOORPOV a little bit kind of off doing their own thing really, but they do manage to pick up. There was Oko they killed on the rotation around to the side of Dorm there.
Very fun map. Oh, a weird one, right? Like, it was this weird stalemate, but the stalemate I didn't mind because it all made sense. It was not the stalemate we see in, like, Zero Down, where it's like, please fight. Like, go get aggressive. Might as well risk it up for the biscuit a little bit. This map, everybody played slow because they could see where the brick was. NBA over and over again would get the brick, but couldn't go anywhere. They finally got the info that Dormitory, wait a minute, it's got to be free. We've spotted all of the teams, so let's make the move. They do it. They get there. But the game clock is the problem, and everybody's sprints at them. They got smashed between 3 different teams, couldn't get out. NBA goes down, Fnatic in charge, but we ran out of game time, man. FLC smartly steal it away and play denial, and then the rest came down to just who could slay out the rest of the lobby when no one was getting the Mandelbrick. I think FLC picked up a ton of kills there on their way out of the map. FLOORPOV, I think, had 3 or 4 as well, with some nice Tempest ults to get into the mix and not lose their life. So Some fun engagements at the very end, but an interesting map 4 where no one earns a brick. And Alliance will stay at the top of the leaderboard, no question about it.
And that's exactly who the biggest winners are really from that game. It is going to be Alliance because they're locked at the top of the leaderboard with the Mandelbrick. But FLC, they are the best team from that space game in terms of, you know, kills and score. They got 5 kills there between Kukobi, Solowa, and Jex. A little bit of asset gained and a pretty impressive amount of damage. But all they managed to do really was deny the brick. They didn't manage to claim the brick for themselves. And every brick that is denied, that's one less team that can draw or beat Alliance, who are our current brick leaders. There you go. You can see the 5 kills for FLC, 3 for NBA, Mandelbrick Addiction, 2 for Fnatic, and then 2 for WLG, FLOORPOV, and just 1 for Alliance in the end. But in the terms of points scored, not a huge shift for any of our teams there. It really just rolls it over to the next game. But I just really enjoy seeing that decode station used. You know, the ones you don't see as much. I think I've only maybe seen that one used once in the EMEA tournament so far, and the sand one is a little bit less used as well. As we see Yuvala from NBA grabbing 3 kills, Jex on 2 as well there. And here's Solowa with 656 damage, 57 damage rather. Top dog in terms of damage is all FLC. And 1, 2, and 3 coming on the top 4 damage there. And then we're going to see our top assisters, 3 on the board for Solowa, and then Jex and Kobe again. A clean sweep for FLC. No real surprises there, as they had, you know, by far or by a good margin, the most kills on the map.
Yeah, nice job there, Oko. I mean, this is just whatever's in your safe box, whatever you're able to find. Okay, able to put a little bit in there. Nobody extracting on a map like that. Everybody fighting to the last dying breath in the last second of the game. Solowa, though, is going to be our match MVP, and I think well earned. 2 kills, 3 assists, nearly 650 damage or so, a little bit in the safe box. Great job from Solowa playing team player for FLC. This is one of the reasons they're a big winner in these last engagements with the amount of kill points they were able to pick up. And I think statistically, FLC, the big winner in that map bin. But like you said, arguably on our leaderboard, the big winner, it's Alliance, because nobody else has a brick, which means they're still on match point and nobody else can close it out. So they're in a really strong position going into our next Space City map. Really excited about that one, folks. We're going to head to a very short break. Before we get to it, when we come back, we'll see the leaderboard, how it shook up with Alliance still at the top, but where is everybody else? And of course, back to Space City and back to getting those bricks. We'll be right back in just...
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweep! This... And LG's got to know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's going to be hopping out for that.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, not gonna do very much. Don't even barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Damage, there it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 3, Week 3 here with EMEA, and Groups B and D just wrapped up their first Space City map. For the first time in a little while that we see no teams get a brick. Too slow on the draw. I got put into the Dakota Station quite late, traded hands too many times, and Alliance remains the only team with a Mandelbrick. But FLC have leapfrogged this leaderboard because, like you can still tell, it is very close all the way down in terms of squad points. But FLC, the big winner in the last one, puts them at the top of the non-Mandelbrick teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So 20 squad points there for FLC, combination of kill points and the supply points that you acquire by extracting with resources or having resources brought on the map in your safe box. FLOORPOV getting a good amount of kills again, but still need to get a brick on the board. We're hoping they maybe could have pushed in a bit more aggressively on that last one, but it's just denied at the end by FLC. Not enough time on the match timer for that brick to be able to be decoded by anyone. Going to be back on Space City for our next game, for game number 5, going up to a maximum possible games today of 7, of course, but it could end in this one if Team Alliance can claim it. But that's the only team that could close out in this game because of that lack of a Mandelbrick being claimed in our previous game. Here's our classic Space City operator loadouts. As you can see, lots of Tempest, Luna, Stinger expected. I think every team, I'm pretty sure, is on one Tempest now because NBA didn't bring, sorry, WLG didn't bring one in. No, it was NBA, right? They didn't bring one in last game, brought one into Brakkesh, and now everyone else, I think, is on one Tempest. So now's the decision whether you bring in a Tempest for game 5 or game 6, and then game 7, operator choices get reset if we even make it to game 7. But here's our spawn points, Coach. I know you like to talk about our spawn points a little bit.
Yeah, no Alliance, no NBA for the next one in T1 spawns, folks, but that's all about it. Gotta pay attention to spawn, sure, but at the end of the day, it's about how the map plays. Westgate is the weird one. Alliance got it last time and got thrown into the drink after a shock arrow comes flying through and does enough damage to scare them into the water. And of course, they are technically the first team eliminated by the time they get into the engagement with NBA on the far side. So, interesting question is now what? Who gets the first blood? And I think the bigger question, who gets the brick first? With every team likely bringing in a Tempest this rep, yes, no. WLG gonna save their last Tempest to be the only team, I believe, that will have a Tempest if we go to round 6, which is fairly likely. Quick look at the spawns. FLC Westgate. Looks like Alliance are swinging straight over Central Command. Not a care in the world. And they'll be nearly first to the mid-map, just smoking and running, while FLC is smartly able to dodge, dip, dive around all of this fire and util and smoke their way through Westgate.
Does look like they've managed to get through there without any issues. Not a huge amount of pressure put on from Fnatic in the end, but you feel like you've got to give it a token gesture. As we see some of the kit our teams are bringing in, a lot more purple this time. In fact, no gold armor seen. We saw a little bit. I know Easy's got a gold vest there, but so much gold armor invested in that last game. I can't imagine many of our teams had much left that they could actually bring in with them. So expect to see a bunch of purple gear. There is some gold ammo in there, of course, for our teams to use. We saw Alliance come down from Central Command. That's another pretty solid spawn point for this if you're able to get a clear run quickly across the zips under the bridge. And they've got themselves into a pretty good central position as we wait to see who's going to try and grab that first brick. I think WLG with the other team getting a tier 1 spawn, but this is actually easy here from Alliance taking the first real damage we can see of the game. You can see Alliance and FLC all over the top of each other. as they wait to see who's going to grab the Mandelbrick. This is Jex down below running Stinger with the purple armor. You can see Kobe also running purple as well. And then we're upstairs. This is easy. Got that temper still nearly charged. That's going to be available on 16 minutes here. Be interesting if they really decide to go for the brick while they've got another team, you know, right underneath them. But that's why we're in this map position. As we saw yesterday, though, it's not just about grabbing the brick. It's about where you go afterwards.
Here we go. Tempest ult pop. Let's see what we can do. Get down to the brick, but it looks like two teams doing the exact same thing at the exact same time because, well, the ults came off cooldown. Easy taking a slightly smarter approach of playing slow to the brick, but can't find him. He sneaks through. Obsessed. How did you get away with that one? Maybe just because there was so much smoke and the shots weren't connecting, you just assumed that he backed off or went prone somewhere. But no, he grabbed the brick and is on the run. Alliance desperately chasing him. Look at the mini-map behind, chasing him down. And it looks like your side's actually in a bit of trouble. I've been taking quite a bit of shots in the back, but found cover. And FPOV get the brick, and they go back to where they came from, which is Test Workshop. What a great play. This is going to be an immediate plant. This is going to be a lot more action around this decoding station, or at least more time for action around the decoding station. And Alliance are going to be the first to act, as they were last time, immediately answering the call, saying, okay, Test Workshop it is. Let's go play for it.
Just the complete opposite to the last match, isn't it? The brick grab straight away and sprinted flat out to a decode station that has been planted by FPOV. Great to see the boys getting stuck in there and getting it down after maybe being a little hesitant in the last game. Good, solid choices there. So close on that decode station in the smoke, but it was like they were just dodging the shots so well. Couldn't find them in the smoke, and that's the fine margins that shows the difference it can make. They've got it on the decode station. This is WLG just to their north. They're on the other side of the bridge, and you can see NBA also down on this side. So those teams very close together. You can see on the map feed now it's come up. Look, WLG and NBA all over each other over on that assembly area side of the map. Now, this is a situation where we start to have our teams all try and close in on that. It's quite an awkward spot to push. And you often end up with teams kind of, you get one on top of the bridge, under the bridge, someone on suspension bridge. You've got a team probably coming over from Hudson. And it's everyone kind of biding their time, waiting for other teams to make the move and waiting for those Tempest ults to push.
I like the breakdown. And you can see, look at the mini-map. NBA is actually split. Uvalier left inside of Assembly. Boldo and Skydie have moved on, and Selim's got him in their sights. So it's about trigger discipline here. Has NBA spotted him back? Doesn't look like it. That's a free shot, but not thinking from this range that he could get Boldo down before he reacts. WLG playing a very patient game as they wait out the perfect opportunity to hopefully strike first against NBA. Nice job. They've done it. Uvalier goes down, and a 3-2-1 worked out well for one. Not quite the second. Boldo in a bit of trouble, but Skydie able to punish a member of WLG that overextends to try to get that full. And now a little bit weak. Selin does have the right angle. Back up a little bit more. In trouble, but that's a traded 1-for-1, both on yellow timer. NBA, a surprise attack against them, and they still are able to recover.
That's a great return from Skyty there. Manages to even that up 2v2. We've got a Morse and a Tempest there versus a Luna and a D-Wolf. So, yeah, just caught completely by surprise, really, NBA in the end, but they have been able to turn it around. There's the Morse ult being dropped. Try and get some pings. They should be potentially in range. It's pretty good range on that thing. And who's this? This is Fnatic. Another team joining the party. And this is going to be particularly bad for WLG. They are now right in the middle, and that is Selin. They had no chance with that position to get out of there. But it is also going to make it very difficult for this revive to come across for NBA. They might just have to dip out of this now. Another team got involved. Getting busier than I've probably ever seen it over on the assembly side here. As we see Alliance, this is the on the brick. FPOV trying to defend the brick now.
Yeah, 50 seconds. There's so much fighting happening on the northeastern side of the map. The thing you got to pay attention to is the brick. Alliance finally making the move and getting punished for it. They lose 40 seconds on the clock. And this is best case scenario for FLOORPOV. There's a huge fight happening on the northeast, so nobody's going for the brick. The only team in the area, as we swing back over very quickly to see Skydie finding another. That's on Rainbow, who's the Tempest, I believe. Yes, they're going to be able to get back up very quickly. Alliance is running out of daylight. The only other team that could save the day, look at them. It's FLC. They're running straight through mid, going to come through all of these grass and sneak up. FLOORPOV, are they paying attention to the decoding station? Yes, but they know Alliance is here. They're not 100% certain about FLC, but Alliance are moving too slow. 7 seconds on the clock. Smokes are in. They're certain that there could be somebody going for it, so FPOV is going to get onto the brick, going to get the copy to get the extra cash, and they get the Mandelbrick. A free brick for Fortune favors the bold. We tell you that every time. Sometimes it just takes for FLOORPOV to get to the brick. Get your fortune. Be bold. Put it down. You earned it. Wow, what a weird way to go from the last map, big contest late game, to a non-contested early game brick. We still have 10 minutes on the game clock for these teams to fight each other.
Great work from FPOV there. And just an interesting one how it played out with all the third-party distraction going on the eastern side of the map there. I mean, normally it's us sitting here telling our teams to get a move on. We can see the Mandelbrick timer and they're all getting distracted. But I think there was so much going on over here. Even we got distracted by the Mandelbrick timer going down so quickly there. FPOV securing their first Mandelbrick of the Rise group series so far. So brilliant result for them as we see Oko getting dropped by WLG. That is, sorry, WLG wiped as NBA picking up the kills. We're going to put them on 2 kills. Obviously no brick for them yet, but they are able to get a couple more points on the leaderboard. FPOV still got 2 members up at the moment as we see Alliance now up on top of the bridge. This was where FLC were a little bit earlier. We could hear some Tempest ropes dropping. That is going to be easy. Pushing it with the Tempest. Our team's now just really trying to mop up as many kills they can, secure more points, secure more util, or secure more alloy. And that's I dropped by Alliance, but they send one back. Easy taken down by Blake here.
Yeah, Easy going to just use the Tempest self-revive to get up. That's great value from the Tempest ult there. When kills are the only thing that matters right now. If you can win the map, and win the map quickly here, get really aggressive with some of these engagements, potentially could stack up a ton in your safe box, yes, but maybe even get out of the map. Kill points really important as FLOORPOV have grabbed this second brick. It's important for Alliance as well to win this engagement, not only against FLOORPOV, but just in general against the map. They need these points to maintain the top position in this lobby when they're tied in Mandelbricks. First time that they have to care about squad points, and they're going to swing on Blake. Feel like they've got the presence, which they certainly do. If they play as a duo, they've got this in the bag. Util lands, though, thinking he could take grind on a nice heady. See you later.
I think I probably should have went back.
Yeah, it's all good, though. It's all good. Good fucking shit, boys.
Good job, and the accolades shared because, yep, it matters, but it doesn't matter all that much when you get the brick. So nice job there from FLOORPOV. They are right back into it. And like you said, Ben, I think it's a really good shout. FLOORPOV desperately points on our group stage leaderboards. This is the first Mandelbrick they've gotten in the entire group stage.
It's absolutely massive for them, and especially with that previous round with no one getting a brick now. We've now finished game 5, 2 different teams having a brick, so that Mandelbrick is pretty much guaranteeing them at least a top 3 finish, if not a top 2 finish, regardless of what else happens for the rest of today's game. So that's going to be great points for them, vital points. Interesting seeing them fighting with Alliance there. Quite a key fight, really, because they're both the Mandelbrick holding team so far, so between those two, they kind of have their own little leaderboard at the top of the leaderboard right now with 1 Mandelbrick each. And Alliance just getting the edge there. That's going to be 3 kills on the board for them. Getting them a few more points. It is quite close overall for squad points, as we've seen all day today. The squad points have been very, very tight. So Alliance will stay just ahead on that leaderboard, I think, of FPOV as we go into the next game, and they've still got 3 up, and there's still, you know, plenty of players on this map and 7 minutes for them to get some more kills. That's gonna be critical for them now.
NBA have had a brutal day today compared to some of their other games, and now I thought we were gonna get eaten by the shark. I thought we could finally see the shark kill on main. It was close. I mean, Boldo is hanging on by a thread here after the shark showed up, and James is hunting NBA with the rest of his teammates right behind. They've been chasing these guys down for a while. Saw them in the water. Shots rain out from a long way away. Feels more like warning shots than anything. Now Fnatic are thinking, okay, what do we do here? There's it feels like the last 60 seconds of the game. We still have 6 minutes. So there's still a lot of strategy of what else we can do on this Space City map. Look for kills, yes, but also some of these teams might be worth extracting depending on how much loot value you brought in.
Definitely an option to consider. We've actually seen Rocket trigger there.
Alliance, maybe?
Yeah, I think that was Alliance. The only team really over in that area. Yeah, we can see them on the bridge here. And they've also got Grind already down there to hit the laptop pretty much immediately. We did see Rocket pulled in one of the previous days, but it was kind of just to stop other teams taking it. We've also seen the levers pulled here, so every extract option is becoming available to our players. I'm not sure if they'll quite get the... no, I think they've bailed out on the launch option. Didn't quite have time to trigger that. Looking at it on the map, I think you need about 4.5. Yeah, you need about 5.5 minutes on the normal timer, unless it's slightly different on this to get out. But interesting to see obviously the helicopter extract. That is again controlled from the bridge. Basically, this bridge controls all of the extract points on this map. As Silo taken down by SkyT. 2 kills so far for SkyT from NBA. They're actually a little bit low down than you might expect on our leaderboards because of their lack of Mandelbrick. They lost a player a little while ago, but they're going to push in and try and get as many kills as they can then. We know they are capable of it.
Oh, FLC had the right angle, but luckily the player that was swinging through for NBA was Tempest, able to dive roll around the corner and stay alive. SkyT taking quite a bit of fire from a bunch of different angles, but utilizing Tempest ult, it's right back to safety. Will not get the confirmation on FLC's down player, unfortunately. A great find on Salawa won't yield them anything aside from giving FLC some info of where NBA's at. So a bummer not be able to clean that one up, mainly because Fnatic was also in the area. The 3-team battle, FNC playing ramp, knowing SkyT's on the right and FLC is up ahead. Interesting 3-team fight that'll likely take the rest of these 4 minutes.
2 and a bit minutes on the extraction timer here for helicopter. That's going to be the only option, along with the bagless extract. There is still one slot there one of our team members could decide to take, but no one really invested a crazy amount of value in this in terms of gold armor. So I think our teams here are going to be playing for points, particularly Alliance, who want to get as much of a lead on FPOV as they can. They got the advantage of still being in this game. As we look at SkyT here, playing Tempest, keeping an eye out. Been landing some nice shots so far with that marksman rifle. And this is FNC at point blank on Kobe. Wow. Walked into the trap, but the trap backfired on Kobe. That's a great shot from Bane. That's going to be 2 kills now for Fnatic. It's a little bit of points. It's not huge, but every bit counts, especially when it's been so tight in squad points like we're seeing today.
That's funny. Two points doesn't feel like a ton, but yeah, 2 points actually swings our leaderboard dramatically. I mean, there is 4 teams within 3 points of each other, and the next closest is only like 4 points away. It's very, very close on the leaderboard. One pop-off game, you win. One bad game, you lose and get last and get 0 points. Group stage points desperately matter at this stage. This is the last day of week 3. Only 1 more week to go. 3 total matches will be played next week, but not 3 total matches for all of these teams. The teams on your screen right now will only play once, I believe, next week, because that'll be their last match of the group stages. This will be their 5th, but with that in mind, got to make every single point count. Of course, quick look at the extraction timer at Heli. We're at 22 seconds, so we have to tune into Alliance. SkyT still punishing a couple of these members in transition, but here's the look at him. Alliance able to pick up 1, but get traded out. And with Bane full committing to this, they're going to get to the extraction point and potentially share it with Alliance. But Alliance have to jump it as well. 9 seconds, 7, 6, and counting down. You got to get to the extraction right now, and FLC are going to try to share it as well. I think a little too slow on the pull. You can extract even though you're proned out, and it looks like FNC was able to sneak one out. And then the only person that is sneaking out of the extraction, Alliance doesn't commit to it. They actually commit to just go for kills instead and stay on the map. And it actually works out a little bit in their favor. Salawa goes down, so FLC get full wiped as well with the help of NBA. A couple extra points for staying on the map rather than preventing some points from your opponents and keeping some of the gear you brought in. A little bit of a risky play, but I don't mind it.
6 kills on the board now for Alliance from that, so that's pretty good going. I think they were on 3 after they had that fight with FPOV a little while ago, so they've added on to that pretty nicely over the final few minutes of this game. Decided to prioritize fighting, as Goj was saying, and I think that was absolutely the right decision. We did manage to get one of Fnatic, managed to sneak out there. We may see someone decide to take Bagless at this point. With a minute left. This is Grind looking out for Skyty. That's a couple of shots, but nothing especially significant there. It's a 2v2 here. 2 for Alliance, 2 for NBA. Grind and Lynx.
Oh.
Well, make that just Lynx. Grind nailed in the head yet again by Skyty. He's been doing so much work with that gun, and this is Lynx going to get out of here now.
Yeah, after both of his teammates went down, are able to keep one player alive. I think, unfortunately, one of Lynx's teammates did have a gold vest, and they will stay on the map, so going to miss that one. We'll see it from Skyty's POV. Actual jump shot on main.
Come on.
Are you kidding me, Skyty? Look, man, we've been hyping up this guy for a long time, and he deserves a bit more hype. That is the first jump shot I have ever seen on main stage in the Rise series. 100%. And I've watched most of the broadcasts. If somebody in chat has seen a jump shot on main, I will eat a shoe. Ridiculous wrap up to Space City there. Map number 5. A fun one in a totally different way, Ben. A weird, basically uncontested brick. But FLOORPOV, the big winners. Mandelbrick Addiction find a couple kills. Alliance finds several. Still plenty of teams within contention, but only 2 teams with a brick.
Yeah, first Mandelbrick of the tournament from FPOV. Great result for them. And coming into today, they were sitting down at the bottom of the table, sitting in 11th, 1 spot off bottom. And they were 3 points away from clearing the bottom of the table. So getting that brick, as we said, that's going to guarantee them pretty much a top 3 today. Hopefully for them, they're going to be trying to get a little bit higher than that and get themselves some good points, get themselves up into that mid-table pack. They will have, as Goj was saying a minute ago, another day to do some games coming on next weekend, but it will just be one more day of games for these guys. This is our top dogs. Yes, I Blake and Obsessed because they got the brick, the best team, but 0 kills, 0 assets, 300 damage. But they got the brick, and that's the big deal for them. As we see Alliance with those 6 kills, NBA grabbing 4 as well. Fnatic getting 3 there, 1 apiece, and then none for FLC. FLOORPOV and 1 for WLG. So, as we talked about, been very close on the squad leaderboards and getting a few kills there for NBA and Alliance and Fnatic. You know, if Alliance can get their second brick, if NBA or Fnatic get their first, that's going to really be useful to them.
Yeah, Skyty, a big player for NBA, well-earned to be a top slayer, picking up that jump shot to jump above Alliance's grind and Alliance's easy. Good job there, 3 kills and also most damage. Those headshots do a crazy amount of damage, 644 in total over Alliance's still grind and easy, who are the top slayers for Alliance. Alliance picking up 6 kills, super important because they will be winning that tiebreaker against FLOORPOV. That's 4.8 million in technicality that they've picked up. And here's a look at some of the assists, of course, from Skyty, Buldo. Couple here, couple there. Mostly some individual kills from the rest of the board. And Raid Bolt from Fnatic did have 2.5 million on him when he went down in that safe box. So it worked out well for him to maintain that loot. But otherwise, it was our MVP. That was one of the main stories. Skyty picking up those 3. And a clip that has to go on socials. Whoever the social media manager is for Delta Force, let's put the jump shot out there, okay? I need some crazy TikTok-style edits on it, too, because that was wild. Been a fun map, a different one, and I'm excited to see what happens in map 6.
Yeah, 100%, and nice to see another interesting decode station used on our last 2 space games. We've seen Dormitory, and now we've seen down near the Bagless extract used as well. So yeah, nice to see a bit of variety in the decodes. FPV getting their first of the event. That's going to be really valuable for them. And we're going to find out who's going to get the next Mandelbrick on Space City right after this short break.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little solo. Hang on a second, NL. Look at that. It's an absolute sweat. This. And Elliot's got it, though. They're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're enough. For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's going to be hopping off that.
operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. They're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Steiny is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, Day 3, Week 3, EMEA. We're back from our break with Groups B and D, and we're moving into another Space City map. 2 teams now on match point, as we did have a map that was missed of a brick. FLOORPOV sneak a brick away in the last one, picking up hardly anything else on the map, but hey, a Mandelbrick is the most important part, and we heard it from their in-game comms. They said, it's all good, gentlemen. We got what we wanted. Everything is fine and dandy, and that is certainly the case as they find themselves into 2nd place overall since they have that Mandelbrick. But because Alliance popped off that last round, they are currently winning that tiebreaker bin. 22 total squad points, actually tying Fnatic for the most in the lobby. They just got a Mandelbrick.
They are winning it, but it's only 4 points in it in terms of squad points, and we've seen FPOV getting plenty of kills in every match they've played, you know, over the course of the tournament. It's just been the Mandelbricks that haven't come through, so definitely a good opportunity for them to get more kills and push up and contest Alliance, but Alliance, another team that has been fragging, and WLG, the only team there with a Tempest to bring into Game 6 here. Operator choice, remember, is reset for Game 7, so we don't have to worry so much about that if we get that far. But there's only going to be one Tempest brought into this map, and that is going to be quite an interesting one to see if that gives them the advantage. It's not necessarily always the Tempest teams that, you know, get the brick and get away with it, but it's definitely nice to have, especially when the other teams don't have it or just making those aggressive pushes. Here we can see the options for our spawns. That's going to decide who gets those tier 1 spawns as we go into Game 6 on Space City. Potentially our last, if not our second to last game of the day today.
Yeah, I like the shout. This could be the last, but it is definitely, if not the last, the penultimate. So it's going to be fun to watch what these teams decide to do. And like you mentioned, that one Tempest, will it be enough to change the tide for the single team that could bring it in? There it is. WLG on the screen right now on the Tempest. Production's got it all queued up for us. It's going to be Selling, a big, aggressive player for this roster. Is there Tempest player? Is there Assault player? Here's a look at our T1 spawns. It is Fnatic grabbing and playing Passage. FPOV getting T1 spawn here. As a team with a brick is a big win, especially when WLG is not contesting them at Westgate. It's a free Westgate spawn. They go into the mix. WLG is going to swing over here to the other side to maybe try to pick up Team Crossing from Central Command. They're too late. FLC came flying down mid-map and made their way to the brick as well.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to figure out what FPOV were doing there. Obsessed kind of jumped into the water even though they didn't come under fire. And then they actually all, I think, jumped in and sort of gone to stay in that dormitory area. I guess once they realized the fire wasn't coming in, then they probably assumed that, you know, the team from Dorm was maybe wrapping around and going to look through that employee passage gate. As we see a whole bunch of gold brought in, as FPOV looking very gold for those guys. They want to get that second Mandelbrick, try and close it out. And, you know, maybe they'll just try and be a little bit patient with this, try and make sure they get a few kills on the board in this game, just get those squad points up a little bit. We got 16.5 minutes on the timer. In about 30 seconds time, we are going to see, well, I was going to say the Tempest ult's ready, but there's only one Tempest on the map, so just the one Tempest to look out for. That's for WLG. They are kind of in that central area. I think most of our teams really are in that central area, there or thereabouts, apart from FPOV. As we see Skyty here with NBA, just making their way into the centrifuge here, down in the southwest corner of the core area.
Woo, sneaky, sneaky. Uvalier finds the right angle on Kobe, but they're actually able to drop him right back. Jex with some straight shooting to knock one. Skyday's just trying to peek and try to get some util down to help out his team, but he actually loses a ton of life in the process. And what a play here from FLC to immediately answer back, perfectly punishing this roster for rearing their ugly head around the corner. This is a great move from FLC. And in the meantime, a huge engagement potentially above them about to happen as WLG are coming to join a fight. FLC down below, NBA on the outside, and NBA down to a solo. Buldo praying he can get this res, hoping for somebody to punish FLC for being here, and well-placed utility actually helping out. Sonic Trap taking one down. Okay.
Gonna push for that final kill. Has to back off on the Sonic Trap there. They heard the beep, and they do get the res on SkyT. That's going to be critical given how many kills we've seen SkyT getting so far, as FLC also get their res. And by the way, did you notice the operator lineup for FLC there? I see a big helmet and a shield. They brought a Seneva in with them. That might be the first time I've seen a Seneva on Space City. I did actually catch a bit of the NA broadcast from, I think, yesterday's one, and there was a Seneva on Brakkesh, but this is my first Seneva I've seen on EMEA as Buldo trying to make a play here. FLC, they're stuck in a very tight spot there with WLG behind them now. This is not a good spot for FLC.
The good news is it's still just a duo of NBA on the other side. FLC need to commit to this fight. If utility lands, and Allure Rocket was an option, but it gets shot out of the air immediately. Any util lands, FLC makes the move to the outside. They can't afford being pinched here. They need a full swing, and Kobe on Seneva actually does help be able to peek this corner a little bit more effectively without risking getting full wiped immediately. So one big play here. Maybe a grapple from Seneva, and they make this push. WLG probably hot in the here. Here comes the shield man. Beat you down, send you back to the lobby. NBA in deep trouble. WLG hear the call. They answer the call. The Horn of Gondor. They come swinging in and immediately take down most of FLC. In deep trouble, NBA gets some comeuppance, but the job's not done because WLG are still wiping people. Yes, on this fight, but also on the backside. We're losing Fnatic members as well. WLG finding kill after kill after kill. A perfect third party.
Yeah, well, my excitement to watch a Seneva in play was pretty short-lived there. Seneva has been taken out of the lobby during that crazy push from WLG here. As NBA are going to try and get one back again. They're down to one player. WLG, they're going to hear this revive, and they've got to push it. They've got the Tempest as well, the only one available. Res interrupted. Great shots on SkyT, but it's not enough. Does get the knockback on Cellon, obviously, with the Tempest ult. They can revive, and that's actually Scooby picking up the final kill there for WLG. And that is going to be on 4 kills now for WLG. Great result for them. Obviously, they don't have a brick yet, so they can't contest the top 2, but brilliant work. And this was pure chaos. WLG pushed in the perfect time, took FLC by surprise, and that's a little double there, getting 2 of them down, and then left just the poor Seneva sat outside having a fight with WLG.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be so frustrated if you're FLC there. You just got stuck between a very difficult place to play. You have to either play outside, push really aggressively, or play inside and think, hey, NBA can't actually swing up to third party this because it's going to be a huge risk for them because they're down a player. They choose to play outside because they have Seneva and they think they can win that engagement quickly. But WLG were just so fast on the draw of right when they heard shots, they full sent. Right when FLC turned their back, they full sent. And it ends up yielding FLC and NBA full wiped after all those engagements. Everybody else was able to pick up their reses and get back onto the map. We've now got a 4-team battle, and 2 of those teams could win right here. So with that in mind, it is a coin flip to see if we will go to Game 7 as of current. If all things were even.
Yeah, great observation there. We do have 2 teams here who already have a Mandelbrick, so Alliance and FPOV. 1 brick apiece. Remember, if you get 2 Mandelbricks decoded, that's it. You win the match. Doesn't matter what else happens. You get 2 bricks in a match, you have won the day. And this is going to be Raid Ball from FNC, one of the teams without a brick, moving in to try and grab it, dropping the Gizmo smoke mine there. One of the operators that has smoke. People might not always realize that. Not one of the classic, toxic or people, but has the smoke mines. But Raid Ball getting caught with that brick by Scooby there from WLG. Our fraggers of this game so far. He's able to crawl a little bit. The brick has been dropped. And that's going to be a tricky one. WLG also, you know, with the Tempest. They are the only one here with the Tempest. None of the rest of our teams have that extra life. And this is going to be Rayball getting finished there. Another kill on the board.
Selen grabs the brick. Does get knocked on his way back. Almost snuck out of that one, though. Brick is on the ground. Good wherewithal there from James to hit the shot as the player was going back. Selen was going back on Tempest ult. Saved the day a bit for WLG not to have a free brick that they could put into a decoding station. Again, this is probably the strongest place on the map to play from if you can. I mean, not only this peak, which is just a bit ridiculous. I mean, that is tough to shoot back through. But this is one of the best spots on the map to actually play from because you're essentially playing at the decoding station already, and you're well within range of grabbing the brick. So if you just get the brick with the Tempest, go back to wherever you came from, you just go back to the decoding station and immediately plant it. It's super strong. We see it all the time. And so if you're coming in from the Westgate side, coming in from the western side of the map and can get control of Centrifuge and the alleyway between Buoyancy and Centrifuge, this is the place to play if you have a Tempest to go for the brick. But good job from WLG to still maintain presence there, but not yet getting that brick.
You're absolutely right about that powerful position for WLG there, but also with two teams wiped off the map, it really opens up your options if you're able to grab that brick as to where to go. You know, you're not going to see a huge stalemate like we saw a couple of games back with NBA when they just sat on the brick for a while and let it reset and had to wait till, what, about minute 7 before they moved across to Dormitory. They left that one pretty late on in the game. This is, you know, this is going to give options. If a team can grab this, they're not going to be limited to, you know, just one decode station. There's quite a few on the map. We got one over at Dormitory. There's one up at Sand. We got the couple in the middle, one down by Horizontal Test. We saw that in action with FPV grabbing their brick in the last game. So, yeah, if you know, if one of these teams can get it, Raid Ball there, still knocked. FSC are going to want to get it. That angle there from WG, I mean, that is pretty crazy. I'm not sure I'd be landing many shots back through there. This is Alliance, by the way. They just sat still on the bridge, waiting for another team to make a move on the brick, and then FPOV kind of doing the same. I mean, those two teams, you know, they know if the brick doesn't go to anyone, then they're still seeing at least in the top 2, so they don't have to overcommit right now.
Got it. Finally, Selen able to utilize Tempest ult and sneak through, grab the brick, and take it right back to where they know they have the presence. To Centrifuge we go, and straight into the decoding station we go with about 8 minutes on the clock. This did take quite a bit longer than we were expecting. 10 minutes have gone by, 2 teams gone, and the brick just now starting to decode, and it's a 4-minute timer. Okay. Let's listen in.
Zéro down.
Sur la hauteur, je vais attendre. Non?
Bien, faudrait en soi, faudrait une fois, non? On a fait, hein.
A look of frustration and sharing comes that are sparse between words because, frankly, all they can do is wait and try to get some intel with which they don't have much resources to do. Fnatic in a tough spot. Could use a Lyra rocket to maybe fly around, try to get some info, and maybe go play for the brick, but Raid Bull well out of this engagement and having to just wait to see what his teammates are able to make happen on a map like this.
FPOV, they're making their way into the battle zone, into the decode area. They're going to come get involved now as we see WOG just holding down this area where we so often see the brick taken such a powerful spot. Will be interesting to see how it plays out with fewer teams on the map. You often see, you know, the third party from teams kind of plays into the hands of the team decoding. You'll see teams trying to push on the brick, then they'll get shot in the back. That's gonna fuel cell. I mean, it's nice, but it's not as nice as you might have hoped it'd be.
Yeah.
You often see, you know, teams getting shot in the back as they try and push up the ramp, particularly with just 4 teams in it. That should allow a bit more access, although where Alliance are is going to be a little awkward for FPOV. They could have done with coming in from the north if they had, you know, the overwhelming abundance of information that we have access to that, you know, obviously the players do not.
Yeah, I mean, currently reading the map view and where Alliance is situated, I think it's a great shout. This is best case scenario for WLG, because their biggest threat right now is the two members of FNC swinging over shipping containers. You can see them now off in the distance at the same time as a team pushes up ramp. But teams can't push up ramp because they're fighting each other. And it looks like actually FLOORPOV recognized that. So they abandon ramp and they go up. They're going to go inside and underneath through Buoyancy Lab, which will allow actually Alliance to play from the south side. Here's a look at that map feed I'm talking about. FLOORPOV is now underground, which is going to allow Alliance to actually play the game if they want to. Alliance can go play for this brick from ramp, but they got to get the intel first. They're running out of daylight, though. WLG could get this brick for free if somebody doesn't make a move quickly. And it's going to be FLOORPOV trying to do just that.
Time is running very low for our teams to interrupt here. This is Selen trying to guard those stairs from WLG. Oko and Scooby. Remember, WLG coming into today off the back of a double Mandelbrick win yesterday. They got back-to-back bricks, and you can see even on the squad points at the moment, they are actually ahead. So if they got this brick, not only would it get them in contention with the other brick teams, it would probably put them up to top of today's leaderboard. And there's only just under 40 seconds left here. FPV getting in close. We can see the green of Alliance creeping in close as well on the mini-map in the top left of the screen as the Morsalt goes down. And surely Fnatic can be waiting for an opportunity as well as grind is dropped from Alliance.
Ooh. Looks like Fnatic have finally answered the call and said, I guess we're going to play the game. 20 seconds on the clock, and all they're doing is playing spoiler so they can test the Mandelbrick. FLOORPOV, nobody else has a Tempest. Nobody can make a steal play. They got to win the engagement, and the engagement is going to the hand of Selen. A huge play with Tempest. Dropping the ult just in case, and he's not even going to need it. Picks up 2 and picks up the brick. WLG, perfect execution, holding on to their Tempest. The only team to do so. They said to themselves, folks, we're going to game 6. I know that for a fact. Let's save our resources, get the Tempest, and it certainly paid off. A gamble that worked out well for them. WLG will join the other two teams at the top of the leaderboard with the brick. And it looks like, at least as of right now, they will earn that top spot based on points. Great job as Alliance are on the run, trying to keep their last remaining player alive for a moment and just barely sneaking out of dodge while Fnatic hunt him down.
Well, as you pointed out, FNC and Alliance really just doing exactly what WLG needed. They wanted the other teams to fight each other, not the brick team, as we see happen so often. I thought having only 4 teams left on the map might allow some more routes through onto the brick, but somehow Fnatic and Alliance managed to find each other and just made it so hard for FPOV, trying to push in against the Tempest up those stairs with no other teams distracting at all. You're taking all of that util. There's easy here. Take some shots. Probably going to drop into the water. There's so many more options to move around the map now as we have this water access on Space City that came in a few updates ago. But still on the run here. 3 minutes on the timer. Our team's going to be trying to mop up however many kills they can get here. Fnatic onto WLG on 5 kills as well. 29 score on the squad points at the moment, which is huge for them. Selen comes in. This is Blake, last remaining member of FPOV, taken down, and they are out of the lobby. Big points all from WLG.
Yeah, very big points. I mean, that's a total of, oh my gosh, do they have 8 kills? Is that correct? Holy cow. Yeah, I think WLG is pushing a ton of kills. Some of their early engagements, remember, they basically got 2 full team wipes before and picked up a couple more here. So WLG having a monster game. Won't be able to full extract, but if they could maybe sneak one out at Test Workshop as well before Fnatic does. Here's a look at the map feed. This is a gigantic game for WLG coming online late in this competition, in this match, but maybe just at the right time. 4.8 mil going straight to the bank. WLG is going to lose all of their golds they brought in, though. Worth bringing up. See a lot of gold stuff on them, and they'll lose all that not getting out of the map.
Well, this puts them in, it's such a, puts them in such a strong position, WLG, because we've only got, 1 game remaining after this, right? They're going to have 3 teams in on Mandelbrick. The way this one's gone, WLG are going to have a pretty solid lead in terms of squad points going into that. And that means, WLG don't have to play just to get another brick. They could just play next round also to deny anyone getting the brick. That will be a valid tactic for them. unless Alliance or FPOV could get a ton of squad points. So really opens up the options for WLG if they wanted to try and get back-to-back wins over this week 3 weekend, which would be a huge result for them as we watch Selen here, just moving across the broken bridge. Couple of FNC Fnatic over by Bagless. Let's send one of them out through that, I imagine. And then the remaining player, I guess, will try and get a kill if they can. There's only 30 seconds or so left right now.
Yeah, and again, look at this. All 3 players are in full gold, and they had 8 kills. Huge game, like you mentioned. Bane, at least, will sneak out of the lobby in the last second. He moves fast enough here. Should be able to. And everybody else going to leave the rest of their loot on the table. A wild one today, folks. We are going to Game 7. This will be the last game of the day, no question about it. Fnatic, the only player to extract, but WLG, the biggest winner by a mile in map number 6. They get the brick, and they get 8 kills to wrap this one up. Whew, all right. Half our teams with a brick, half our teams without one, and we move into the final round of the day. Big winners, WLG for sure. Ben, I'm going to make a little bit of a hot take. I think biggest losers is actually FLOORPOV. They're in a spot where they desperately need points. And yes, they have a brick, but that's about it. They're currently in 3rd place right now. If another team gets a brick, it'll push them to 4th. You got to remember, these guys are near bottom of the leaderboard in group stages. Once they got that brick, it was like, oh, thank goodness they finally got their brick. They're going to get a lot of points today. If another team gets a brick and not one of these teams that already have one, they get 4th. They're walking away with what, 3 points, 4 points. Like, they're getting like hardly anything, and they need them. Crazy. Here we go. WLG, biggest winners in the last map by a mile. Wow. Nearly $1 million in assets gained, but it's the brick and the 8 kills that really do this stat line justice and puts them well up to the top of the leaderboard in terms of our tiebreaker of squad points.
Huge haul of points there from WLG, and yeah, here we see the total kills. Not really many kills for anyone except WLG. 4 individual kills for Selen there as well. Scooby with 3. FSC picking up 2, Fnatic picking up 2, and Mandelbrick Addiction getting 1. But as you say, none on the board for FPOV there. They were playing it patiently, but yeah, they needed to get some kills there. Unfortunately, they were just kind of forced into a difficult position there as we see the top killers of the round. 4 kills for Selen, as we mentioned, Scooby, and then James from Fnatic grabbing 2 kills as well. For our top damage dealers, it's going to be no surprise there with Selen with those 4 kills, grabbing nearly 800 damage, and then Scooby and James, familiar names, making up the rest of the damage leaderboard. Assists as well, Oko with 4 assists, really good amount from Oko, who we spoke to yesterday off the back of the win they got yesterday, and a great round for them then. It's going to catapult them up to top of the leaderboards. And Bane managing to get some value extracted there. It's not going to do Fnatic a huge amount of good, but it's certainly not going to do them any harm, as we see Oko and Easy just getting a little bit of loot out through their safe box. And there is the man who got 4 kills for WLG. 4 kills, 2 assists, 800 damage, and a little bit of asset on the side. Great work from WLG and Selen. Great work by the whole team, really. Great round.
Yeah, and again, I laud their strategy. They said, we think because, especially when a team didn't get the brick there and they decided not to use the Tempest, they're saying, hey, it's going to go to Game 6. They were right. It paid off. They used Tempest to get those team wipes. That's Selen, the guy in the front as the assault operator. Really well played and great strategy to put themselves at the top of the leaderboard going into the last round of the day. Folks, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. A couple things going to happen during the break. 1, we're getting our leaderboard prepped. But 2, the team at the bottom of the leaderboard has to choose. Are we going to Space City? Or are we going to Brakkesh? Tune in and find out after the short break.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweep! This... And LG's got it, though. They're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping up to that.
Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series Day 3, Week 3 with EMEA, folks. And I am excited because it is the last map of the day. We went the distance going to Game 7 in our match here with Groups B and D. And I have absolutely no idea who could win it right here, Ben. WLG with a pop-off last map are in the best position technically, but it is anybody's ball game. Walk me through this leaderboard.
Yeah, WLG, no surprises there to see them at the top of the leaderboard. They got so many kills in their last game. 8 kills, that's going to be 8 kill points. That goes onto your squad point total. So they're at 27. If that had been a 1 kill game, then maybe they wouldn't be in that position. Alliance going to be in second, FLOORPOV in third. FLOORPOV just 4 points behind Alliance, so that's definitely very attainable if they did just stay on the 1 brick. But as you talked about earlier, Goach, FLOORPOV, they need to get up their leaderboard. If someone else gets a brick down, pushes them down into 4th, that would be a really bad day at the office for them. They need more points than that with only 1 game left to play. 1 match, I should say, left to play for them next weekend. We got 1 game left to play today, though. That's going to be on Brakkesh, this round 7. Don't often see us maybe go back to Brakkesh. We'll usually see quite a lot of Space City. So a nice change of pace as we jump back to Brak. And we also are going to see our operators have whatever choice they want. Every operator is unlocked again, despite whatever you've previously used. So you're going to see lots of Tempest coming in. Our teams can pick their optimum choices to come into this Bracky game. Uluru, Toxic, Raptor, most popular operators, but that's normally when our teams are taken in mind, going to have to play a bunch of Space City games afterwards, right? So now they can choose, exactly who they want to get Mandelbrick and finish up the day.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation seeing a Brakkesh last map. Is a really good pick, I believe, from NBA, who's technically in last place, which is wild to say after the dominance that they showed in the last match that they played. So it'll be cool to see what NBA is able to do with this decision. And another interesting point, honestly, about this competition as well in the last map is that as we take a look at the spawns, you can see who has the priority spawns. But the more interesting fact is that this is one of the very few times I can say this. It doesn't matter where you're at on the leaderboard right now, you can win. You could win the entire match today on this map alone. NBA is only 10 points. It feels like a lot, but only 10 points behind first place in terms of squad points. They just don't have a brick. So if one of the 3 teams get a brick that doesn't have one, it goes down to squad points for the 4 that have that brick. That's how the tiebreakers work. And so 10 points, if you win the map, get the brick, get a couple kills here and there, all of a sudden you win today's competition. So last place can be first could be 4th. There's a lot of options for how this leaderboard could land, which makes this last map even more exciting.
Yeah, it is so open going into this game. It really is everyone's to play for, and we're going to see who's going to get those tier 1 spawns. You can see them marked in red there, the ones closest to the Mandelbrick. It will be appearing a short time after the game starts, just outside the museum area, and our teams are going to charge in there. We're going to see all sorts of Tempest ults popping off in just a moment as we jump into round 7, the final round of today and the final round of the weekend.
This is it, folks. Brakkesh to wrap things up. Nice change of pace. I'm liking this choice. Let's see who gets the priority spawn. Which decoding station will we see? Will we finally head back indoors at museum? Or will there be a bloodbath somewhere else that dictates this team pulling away, going somewhere different? A wild, interesting comps. Very interesting comps. Everything reset, folks. 1, Fnatic not coming in with a Tempest. An odd choice when they're open. FPOV running double Tempest. I've talked about this strategy for a while. I don't know that it is the right play, but it's certainly an aggressive play style. Expect to see floor POV wherever the brick is as fast as they humanly can. You can see them coming from the Azure Town, the 2 T1 spawns. NBA in last pick this map. They get the T1 spawn, and they've got Alliance in their sights. This feels like a repeat of history. Let's see what happens.
Double Tempest. I was just thinking it would load in. It's like, is Double Tempest a crazy idea? It's not something you really tend to see. Obviously, you get double ropes. You have 2 players with those revives. The drill charges are very powerful for the disarms and dodging roll, but it then limits you on what else you have in your team. They've got a Morse with them, but, you know, they're missing now having maybe a Luna who can throw those frags in. You know, she's got 2 grenades. She's got 2 Volt arrows, maybe Uluru with the fire. So that's really what they're now missing from their lineup is
Look at this.
The aggressive util. As NBA, they're going to grab that for free and run back into this house. It's only Alliance really that are here, and they're all downstairs at the moment.
Well, I don't know why they're downstairs. I'm going to be honest. Somebody can teach me, coach me. I'm not a pro, but I've watched a lot of double brick formats. Alliance win T1 spawn. They go inside museum, and they let NBA get the brick for free. They're downstairs looting, I guess. Feels weird to me, but smarter minds can teach me something here, maybe. Or just reaffirm that what I'm saying feels like correct. Giving away the brick for free off spawn when you've got a position to at least play Overwatch feels like a mistake. I love your breakdown on the efficacy of double Tempests. I think the first time I've seen it on main. It's a strategy that feels right because of how valuable it is, but yeah, you're missing a lot of resources. The exact opposite conversation can be pulled up for FNC. You look at a team like Fnatic, who's not pulling in a Tempest for a Mandelbrick round and saying, that's gotta be a mistake, right? And then you look at their comp, and it's, I don't use this term lightly. Oh, wait, I'll come back to it. Alliance, a trading of blows, mistake or otherwise, they rear their ugly head through the window and traded with NBA. Now a 2v2, Easy feeling very confident in this engagement. Is going to go up with the Tempest ult. Trying to get anything from it, won't. So it gets back to safety. They're going to stick this res. As these 2 teams continue to battle, and the Mandelbrick still in NBA's hands. The big question is the decoding station. But I do want to go back to my point, because I think it's an interesting one. Fnatic not bringing in the Tempest. Look at their comp. Ben, you probably see it as much as I can. They are going for full zone off potential. They're looking to zone off everywhere around this decoding station. If Fnatic ever get their hands on the brick, they're going to have a much easier time holding that decoding station than some of our other rosters.
Yeah, there is an awful lot of dangerous, you know, kind of defensive and aggressive utility they have there at the disposal. FNC, no recon operator, no Tempest. They are
crazy,
sort of tearing up the rule book of operator choice here. But hey, I like, you know, to see something different. We'll see if that pays off. Sometimes these things work, sometimes they don't. But our teams have got the revives over in the center of the map. Can't see any teams interrupting them at the moment. In the mini-map, does feel like I think teams are probably holding. Yeah, you can see WLG, FNC, FLC, sorry. Oh, yeah, it's Fnatic. So many F teams here to cover. They are a little way away at the moment. FPV, we can see they're off to the top. I think they're holding the market decode at the moment. We only have 2 minutes 20 on this timer from NBA. They're no strangers to letting the brick time out, of course, but that's not really in their interests anymore because they need to get a brick on the board if they want to get themselves up that leaderboard.
And again, NBA playing a very slow and patient playstyle today. They don't have all the info, so they didn't feel like they could just grab the brick and immediately start running to camp, for instance. They don't know who's over there. They know that a team spawns over there. FPOV did. Another fun, moment you don't see very often. We're playing Brakkesh in round 7. There's still airdrops, folks, on Brakkesh. So we're still going to see the fall out of the sky, or the M82 potentially here in the next 3 seconds or so. We'll see on the map where it decides to land. Will it be that northeast position that FPOV was in, or will it be somewhere else, as it looks like FLC is taking care of the boss in the meantime? I'd be curious to throw the map feed back up there and take a look at where it's landing and who will potentially get it, because that could be the deciding factor. Teams winning and losing some of these engagements. You can see Kobe getting those win sculptures that frankly do not matter at all. This is the last map, so completely worthless right now. One technical alloy actually is their value as of current. So gold be get rid of those.
Yeah, gold key card. All there is worth a little bit. Yeah, as you say, the little statues I don't think are going to do them any favors right now. They might as well just pop those on the side. It was quite interesting there seeing WLG. They had the tower to themselves, as you often see on these Brakkesh games in comp. They're running around busily looting the whole thing. Not a terrible idea for them with that spawn, with the tower to themselves, whilst no one is doing anything much with the brick, because they have a decent lead on that leaderboard. If they can find a couple of lucky reds, every point counts. If they get a 2 mil red, it's an extra 1 point, get that in the safe box, and that's guaranteed. So pretty smart play from WLG while no one has it on the decode. NBA doing a little bit of research there, but it's not really going to do them any favors. This is going to reset. There's only 10 seconds left. They're going to have to wait and see what the other teams decide to do. It's still just Alliance versus NBA. All the other teams happy to do their thing, defend those decode stations, and in the case of WLG, just loot everything they can find in the tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is best case scenario for Alliance too, right? Alliance was down below, allowed the brick to be taken away, and now Easy's actually immediately sticking it. He will get punished, but that is the Tempest after all, so all good. Gonna burn that really early in the process of re-stealing this brick. We have lost a ton of game clock here amidst the engagements around spawn. Uvalier are going to re-stick this and not an angle for the rest of Alliance to do anything about it, and I think they're out of util as well. So that is another brick back in the hands of NBA. As I mentioned, there was an expectation that floor POV would be around where that airdrop lands. And that's exactly what happens. Everybody recognize that 50 cal ammo. M82 enters the map. Floor POV, a huge threat now with 11 minutes on the clock.
And they need to make sure they use that AWM. This is their opportunity to try and pick up some kills. Even if they can't get the Mandelbrick, get some kills will be valuable for them. So we see Easy dropped there by SkyT, but on the Tempest ult won't get a kill confirmed. And a point there, still just Alliance and NBA down around the brick. This is working out very well for WLG as well. They're sitting off on the other side of the map, busy in the tower. And, if no one's able to take this brick, they are pretty likely to walk away with the victory today. But, NBA, it's not in their interest just to sit there with the brick. If they don't get a brick, they can't finish higher than third today. And whilst they did come into today top on the overall leaderboard, they aren't going to hang on to that if they don't manage to get themselves further up. They're potentially, at the moment, they're finishing last and getting 0 points. That's going to do them absolutely no favors at all.
And for now, WLG is content for looting because of exactly what you just said. Nobody gets the brick. WLG likely win, especially if they extract with a decent amount of loot value. So they're going to sit back and do just that. NBA, I would wonder what's going through their heads right now. They've got to get intel so they can make a move. We know that FPOV's actually abdicated. On the back end, we can see the map and see that FPOV's actually abdicated where the airdrop landed on the kind of northeast. So they're not at camp anymore. They're rotating over to market. So camp's the best decoding station, but they don't know that. And NBA are still waiting to get some intel or maybe see if Alliance makes a mistake. Alliance coming out with the Tempest ult will get punished for it or at least sent back where they came from, and Scotty's hunting him down. Scotty wants to try to finish this, and he sells on his own Tempest ult. He's going to go back and do the exact same thing. So, net null. Nothing happens yet again between these two teams.
And it really is still just these two teams. As much of the third party as we normally see in these events, it's not happening this time around. It is just these two teams fighting here. And if NBA were able to get some better intel, maybe if they had, a Raptor on their team, they have the Morse, but it's very limited, range on what you can scout out. Maybe if they had that Raptor, they could see, some of the options they might have for going somewhere else for that decoder. There's only 2 minutes left before it just resets again. Oko here, still in the tower. WLG won't be able to send anyone out through that dog tag extract without getting any kills because you need dog tags to submit to do that. And this is Fnatic. They're now around by the tower as well. This is another one of our teams with good squad points. In fact, the second highest squad points of anyone, but they don't have a Mandelbrick. So they're only in 4th position right now, and they need to make sure they get it. That game timer is getting really, really low now.
Yeah, second airdrop, not really getting much from it. FLC able to loot it. We're now in a position where I have a weird sinking feeling that nobody's going to get this last brick.
Yeah.
There's just not very much game clock. And people, almost everybody, running a Tempest means it'll likely change hands several times. But here they go, finally making a move. NBA bait out a bit of util, push Alliance back, and make a very aggressive wrap. They are going to now free the coding station on the west. I think they're going to swing out to the south side of Blue Hotel. Fnatic was over here a while ago, but they've wrapped around to the south. They went all the way down to the Tower of Babel. We're engaged down here. NBA, a smart move yet again. It's just a very late move. A big rotation coming through the street, still free. They make their way to the west. They're going to get this brick down. There does look like a nice read, though, from FLC. FLC perfectly rotating with them. Going to meet them on the north side. I wonder if they get here in time to actually shoot at the decoding station while they try to throw the brick down. 20 seconds.
You've got to get that brick down quick. If they don't, that's going to appear right back in the middle, and then that's going to work out very well for Alliance, who are sitting back there.
No way.
10 seconds. They're taking hits from FLC. Alliance must be thinking,
Nice.
no, they got it on there just in the nick of time. You see where Alliance in position there in the museum. They would have grabbed that brick straight away if that had fallen back, and they were definitely waiting for that. If you see FLC moving straight in, this is great to see teams contesting this straight away. So often we see the stalemate till there's 60 seconds left on the clock, and then it's a bit too late. But already moving in, not only does that mean teams are starting to lose health and use heals, it means they're using utility, things are going on recharge, and that gives opportunity for our other teams to move in and contest. And all of the teams surely are going to be moving into this area because they not only want to get Mandelbricks, those teams who have already got a Mandelbrick, they want to get as many kills and points as they can. People like FPOV, then get up that leaderboard and get themselves more points when today's match finishes.
Yeah, a couple quick notes about the way this fight's about to break out. Mandelbrick Addiction obviously on decoding station. Alliance getting struck down there by NBA as they peek their head out the door. But look at this kind of weird layer cake linear stack of teams. This is the order south to north. You got Fnatic on the south side, come up from the Tower of Babel, contesting NBA right underneath them. Then it's NBA on the decoding station. Then it's FLC in the hotel. And then it's FPOV just outside. Look, here they come at hotel. A big stack of 4 teams in a row. And then Alliance could pop over from the museum at any time. The only team not engaging this right now is still WLG. Main reason for that, no matter who gets the brick, if WLG extract and they get a bunch of loot, WLG do secure second place with a brick. That's still 7 points for a group stage leaderboard. That's great. So they're not very worried about this. And if they can show up super late, maybe they take a big wide wrap here. But I think WLG are content with second or maybe first if nobody gets the brick, which is still very possible.
Yeah, I think WLG have a good chance of getting top whatever happens, unless someone gets a double brick here or a whole bunch of kills, as we see Blake from FPOV. And this is, as we so often see, fights between teams that aren't on the brick that's going to play into the hands of the Brick Tico team. And FPOV, they've lost Obsessed there, down to just 2, down to 1. It's just Yersai left, and this is not good news. They do manage to grab a kill there. They've got a couple of kills on the board. That is going to be helpful, but not looking good for FPOV here. This is FLC. Only one left, though. It's the Tempest. 1v1. Yeah, Yersai with the shock, with the drill charge. It's well timed. Just pushes Kobe back a little bit, gives a little bit of time to reset. They are going to be fighting in this museum. We can hear other footsteps as well. A lot of jumping around. That's Obsessed. Obsessed back up. And that is taken down. The double Tempest. The double Tempest. That was, they were on 1, but
yeah,
Tempest revive.
Honestly, I think if FLC VOD reviews that, they're going to say, how the heck did that guy self-revive? We saw their Tempest down below go down. They didn't know there was 2 of them. Crazy stuff. Here's the first shot through the window. Connects on Jex to open things up in the engagement for FPOV. Fun to look at. Can we remind everybody? There's 40 seconds on the clock on the decoding station. Mandelbrick Addiction are trying to join the other teams with a brick and battle for a position to make it to at least top 3, but assuredly top 4 if they get this brick. 30 seconds on the clock. And now, because of all those engagements, FPOV putting on a show with the double Tempest, we now got a problem. It's only Fnatic here to make a play for the brick, and they got to do it in the next 20 seconds. Got to make a move now, and NBA smartly have put Uvalier right on the decoding station. If Jan goes for this, goes for the steal, Uvalier's going to be there to a barrel stuff him and prevent it from happening. That's exactly what's about to happen. Swing over. Skydie's there as well. Uvalier down in the smoke. It's all chaos all day, but NBA get the brick. They stick it. It doesn't matter what happens. They find the brick, and they find their way to at least the top 4 position. A chalked day, and they will almost assuredly get 4th as Fnatic wiped them. But they take the brick off the map, and it's all squad points to change up this leaderboard. So Alliance show up late. They say, well, this is fine for us. Let's kill everybody else. If Alliance win this fight, Fnatic go down. If WLG go down, Alliance could still win the day. Let's see who takes it.
Yeah, this is critical. And look, now we have the 3 teams left, all who have 1 Mandelbrick and all who could surpass each other. Really, Alliance and FPOV is our big battle here. Those are the ones that are so close right now. WLG have got a fairly secure lead there. It's not insurmountable, but it's pretty healthy. NBA, they do grab that brick. It's only going to get them 4th place. They're not going to get any higher than that. And FNC, 28 points on the board as we see Grind taken down by Yersai here. Our double Tempest team might be able to catch out some other players here with those double Tempest plays, the double ults. So many ropes popping off. FLC down to 1 at the moment. And no, FLC are gone there. There's a little bug, I think, for a moment. So we got... Oh, that's easy by Oko. Great shooting from Oko there.
WLG trying to take the game into their own hands. Alliance down to a solo now. Not 100% certain of the scoreboard, but these points drastically drop off, folks. These are huge kills for WLG to try to ward off what is a really strong push on the leaderboard here from FPOV in the 9th hour, but 45 seconds on the clock. It will come down to this final moment. Nobody's getting out of the lobby. WLG, to secure the win, just needs to stay alive. If FPOV get a wipe here on WLG, there's a chance. 1 Tempest down. They may get aggressive here, not knowing that there's 2. Nice shot over the top. Blake needs to clean some of these up. 26 seconds. Extremely important engagement for FPOV. They have to get extremely aggressive. You don't have enough points yet. You have to go for these fights.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Oko taken down there from Alliance. Scooby pushing on Alliance here as well. Just 1 point in it between FPOV and Alliance at the moment. Is going to drop them. Gets the wipe. WLG more points on the board. FPOV potentially slightly ahead. We'll have to wait and see at the end. Do they get that final flush? No time to do it in the end. And wow, 4 different teams taking Mandelbricks at the end of today's session. Crazy game there.
What a wild day. As much as I thought things would go to a certain type of script, everything was thrown out the window with the kitchen sink, man. This was utter chaos, top to bottom today. And WLG somehow, some way, you can see the excitement on Oko's face. He knows it. They just pulled out a win by playing from Tower of Babel, looting up, let everybody else chalk each other, let NBA get the brick, goes to tiebreakers. They got a lead, and they get a couple kills at the end to make sure FPOV can't catch them on the leaderboard. And then Alliance come in and kill 1 member of WLG, but then get punished, and they get cut down, and Alliance getting full wipe there may mean FPOV gets second, but I don't know. The only thing I'm certain of is exactly what Oko's doing right now is celebrating. I am certain that WLG have done it again. They've gone back-to-back in completely, totally different win conditions. Last time they double bricked. This time they just prioritized the squad points. What a wild day.
2 days in a row looking like for WLG. We may well be talking to Oko once again. That's just a great result for those guys. And if FPOV did manage to secure that 2nd place, that is going to be a huge result for them. It's going to be very close between them and 3rd. But if they can get that 2nd place, plus they get a bonus point for the Mandelbrick, that's going to do them so many favors getting away from those bottom 2 positions on the leaderboard. That's where you don't want to be. That's where you get eliminated before the finals weekend if you're sitting in the bottom two. So, yeah, that'll be huge for FPOV if they can manage that. NBA grabbing a Mandelbrick there. They're sitting in first position on the overall leaderboard, but they're not going to get many points from today. They do get a bonus point, of course, for the Mandelbrick, but they are only going to be fourth because of all the different Mandelbricks that came out. And Fnatic, a team that we've seen fragging so much in this tournament, not getting a brick, so many score points, and finishing fifth. And his NBA, look at this, top
Crazy.
dogs because they got the brick, 0 kills. If they got a few kills, they could have crept up and got some more points, but they do at least get something.
Yeah, it was a weird one from NBA today because, yeah, they snuck away with that brick, but that was kind of best case scenario for the rest of the teams. They secure fourth place with that, get wiped right after by Fnatic, and then the two teams that, you know, caused all that chaos end up near bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, there's so many what ifs and question marks today that I actually really curious to see where this leaderboard lands, because you brought it up. Big winners for sure are WLG. They have done a great job to maintain a top position on the leaderboard. I talked about it before. They still pick up 3 kills here, secure a bit of loot to make sure they get there. FLOORPOV, if they're just a hair more aggressive, take a hair more risk, there's a chance they 100% get second. So maybe that's the big question mark going back to the VOD review. If they don't pick up second here, could we have just played a little bit more aggressive and picked up some more points for our group stage? But quick look through all of these leaderboards. Lynx finds his way to 800 damage for Alliance, which is pretty wild to say. I still have no idea where this leaderboard will land, but Fnatic's Jame, a great day in terms of slaying power, nice assists, really a big team player, a hero for this roster, but unfortunately for Fnatic, they couldn't get a brick today, and therefore walking away with only a point, I believe. FLC Kobe does pick up 700k at least in the safe box, but FLC unfortunately will end up at the bottom. Ursai finding his way to match MVP, a couple points here from kills and assists, damage, everything above the board for Mr. Ursai. But Ben, the only question I've got in my mind is, what the heck does this leaderboard look like?
I can't wait to see it. I mean, WLG especially, I'd be really interested to look back at where they were on the leaderboard before yesterday, because they won yesterday with a double Mandelbrick 10-point win. They've managed to presumably probably done that again today with 1 Mandelbrick, so potentially another 9 points. So that's going to send them way up the leaderboard into top position right now.
Well, the one thing that we do know is Oko was celebrating because WLG have pulled it out. Another win back-to-back. Let's bring him into the booth. We got him right back where he was not too long ago. My friend, congratulations on another win. Come on. I mean, talk to me about the emotions you felt when you knew you won just by being alive at the end because of the tiebreakers.
It was insane. You cannot beat this feeling. This feeling is just amazing. You know you played your cards right. You know your strat's working. You know you brought the win. And yeah, it's the most rewarding feeling ever.
A quick follow-up, Oko. I love the joy that you've got, man. Why do you love Delta Force Esports? Why do you love this Rise series so much? I can see how much fun you're having. I know it's fun to win, but you've had a great mentality. What's the reason for all this?
I love the grind. I love the competition. I love watching and studying other teams, making strats, putting the time, the work. And yeah, especially I love the feeling when you know there's one key of the puzzle missing, and the feeling that when you get it and you unlock the win is the best ever. And that's why I'm just here competing, and yeah, I love it.
Awesome.
Back-to-back brilliant results for you guys. It's been great to talk to you on these 2 separate days. When you got that tower spawn in the last game, was that one maybe you were hoping for? You knew you had a quite a decent lead going into that game. Probably quite a good option for you. It's quite clever seeing you guys go through, do a bit of looting, play it patiently.
Okay, so we had a plan for both spawns. We had tier 1 spawn, we had tier 2 spawn, and we also knew that the teams that needed the brick to win also had a tier 1 spawn. So in a case that we didn't get the tier 1, to actually take the brick and stall it so nobody gets it, because we win by points by default. The next up was perfect, just loot bubble. Maybe we get lucky, we find some reds, maybe we don't. We didn't find any reds. But at the end of the day, as long as Alliance or FLOORPOV don't get the brick, we're celebrating.
Yeah. It's a really interesting peek behind the curtain, because I know you have to have multiple strategies going into each round based on where you spawn and what you're playing for. It's a fun one. Did that win feel different than the last one? Does it feel the same every single time you win? Because those are two totally different win conditions, right? Last time you guys were getting stomped and then you double brick. Everything worked perfectly. Today, it was a tiebreaker game and you still won. What's the difference between the two?
The difference is that in the yesterday's lobby, every team played for win. And that's the mentality that changes the entire style of the game. Because you will see teams contesting, you will see teams willing to die to steal the brick. And that's something you cannot rely on. But thinking that, for example, LFS at the bottom of the leaderboard, you can see the pressure that team has to actually go for the steal. So some teams would say the first win was a gamble, say it's tactics. And this game was definitely based because the teams were passive. We got the brick, and then we secured the points. That was all that matters.
Yeah, really interesting hearing how you have to, keep that in mind, how the other teams are performing and their places on the leaderboard. I think you guys are going to be in a pretty good place on the leaderboard after today and yesterday's results, but you just have one more day of playing, right? Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Just one more day next weekend, and then obviously on to the finals. You've got to be hoping for one of those top 2 spots, right? You're going to be very close to holding that.
Definitely. You're gonna be seeing me again here. Stay tuned.
I love it, man. Hey, Oko, congratulations. I know you're excited. I want you to go celebrate. However, I'm going to give you the floor one more time. Anything you want to say to the people out there, fans, haters, or anybody in between? Any words for the audience?
Definitely playing for the win rewards more than playing for positions. That's what I want to say.
I love it. Wise words of wisdom from the team at the top. WLG, watch out for him, man. Oko, I hope we get to interview you again.
Thank you for the interview. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Great insight, honestly, from Oko. Giving us a peek behind the curtain of how his team strategizes based on spawns. I know that's a big piece of the game because it's the only delineated rule that we have on spawns is that you can't get T1 back-to-back. So these teams are definitely paying attention, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. And back-to-back match wins for WLG there. I think the only other team in the EMEA region to get 2 match wins is Team Genius Gen. They had a couple that were spread out over a few days. They've obviously had a couple of, weaker days as well. So very impressive to see back-to-back. Been a busy weekend for WLG. As we mentioned, they just play one more game next weekend. There's going to be 3 more matches going on Friday, Saturday, Sunday for this region, but the teams playing today, they've just got 1 more left. The other teams who are having a nice rest day today, they're going to come in and play 2 more games. So keep that in mind when you see the updated leaderboard, obviously in a minute. And then after next weekend, that's when those places are decided going into the finals, the Survivor weekend and the grand final week on Sunday.
Well, I am really excited to see the leaderboard because the points matter. But as a quick reminder, we've got 1 more giveaway for you. Plenty of you have already entered into this, but you can type in !giveaway in the chat to enter into our final giveaway of the day. You can see it on your screen right now. 3,000 Delta tickets could be yours. Type in !giveaway on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, or Facebook in the chat to enter. And if you're watching on X, just repost the live stream. We'll announce the winners in chat on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. And on X, it'll be in the comments under the live stream. Good luck out there. Hopefully, you're one of our winners of the 3,000 Delta tickets. And, of course, hoping we have more giveaways for you in the future. This is our last one today, so enter while you can. In the meantime, Ben, it's time. We gotta see what this leaderboard looks like. Let's get after it. Group stage, points on the line in Alliance. Ooh. They sneak in and steal it away. 2nd place for Alliance. Comes down to an extra kill they picked up and an extra supply point they picked up along the way. Ben, what a turn for FLOORPOV, who desperately needed the points. Folks, as a reminder, WLG, they get 10 points, they get 9 points because it's 1 brick and a win. And then Alliance pick up the 7 points for second. So FLOORPOV dropped all the way down to 5 points, and they only had about 5 from before. So they're not really in a good spot in our group stage leaderboards after that one.
Yeah, not ideal at all for FPOV. It's, it's better than they have done previously, as we see our top players. Why KD, killer, damage leader, asset earner, Selen up there for kill stay 11 today. Very impressive from Selen from Team WLG, and the match MVP. No surprises there. Getting 11 kills, you're going to get MVP all day. 2,245 damage and 6 mil assets as well. Very impressive work from Selen. That's going to throw WLG very, very firmly to the top of the leaderboard. They were only 2 points from first in the overall leaderboard going into this. FPOV, I think they were 3 points from getting out of the bottom 2, so there will be enough points to get them out of that. You can see the back-to-back wins there from WLG in the group stages. Mightily impressive result. And here's our top kills. James has hit 40, but Fnatic again, like the story today, you saw they had huge kills, huge amount of squad points, but didn't get the brick and finished outside of the top 4 because so many teams got the brick. We know they can frag. They're sitting kind of mid-table at the moment. They don't think they're really at risk of the bottom 2, but they've definitely got so much potential to do much better than that. But huge kills from James. Knocks him on 35. SkyT up to 35 now. And there's the 10,000 damage. They do beat Azbishka. They go, well, a game ahead is a bit sneaky, but did James getting the first over 10k there. Silowa getting just over 10k as well. And our man Azbishka, who's been farming damage all events so far, hot on their heels with a couple of games to play next weekend as well. So feel he may still end up with that top position by the end of the group stages. You can see Maxa and SkyT not far behind as well. And SkyT been atop a lot of different leaderboards over the last few days. He's top of the player rankings in terms of assets at the moment, 34 million. James just behind, and Maxa with 28 or so for Team Gotaga. Didn't see Gotaga play today. They're going to be making an appearance on a couple of the days next weekend on the final group stage day.
Yeah, a great breakdown there, Ben. And I think it's fun to look at these leaderboards because you can see Skydie here at 34 mil. Reminder of squad points. That's 17 points for his team just in assets alone. It's kind of wild to think about. But in general, let's take a look at our overall leaderboard because this is the most important piece. WLG have gone back-to-back, which takes them from about mid-pack. They were at like 6th or 7th place going into previous round before they won for the first time, and then they go back to back and jump all the way up to first place by a nice little margin here over NBA, who just played as well. So NBA still in second and WLG in first, but a lot of these other teams haven't played the same amount of matches. So you're going to see DE likely jump up, Genius jump up, Gotaga jump up, but NBA, WLG, and Alliance picking up that second place with that Mandelbrick with 1 extra point does make a difference, puts them over DE and forces DE to make a big play on the leaderboard going into their next match. But fun to look at. WLG almost assuredly will be in the top 2 once all things are even moving into the last round for a lot of these teams. So it's going to be a tight race at the top, but the top 2 teams will make it straight to finals Sunday on week 5. They will skip Friday, Saturday, survivor stages. Bottom 2 teams, LFS, MBO, still in dire straits as they are in a position where they could potentially not even make it to week 5. And FPOV just barely crept out of the dire straits. But again, they've got an extra match over NBO or LFS. So if NBO or LFS basically pick up any points, well, NBO in particular knocks FPOV back down. So still a lot of work to do, even though FPOV was showing moments of greatness and glimpses that they can be a team that is on that left page of our overall leaderboard. A lot of work for a lot of squads, and still the leaderboard in deep contention, Ben, as we wrap up the penultimate week of group stages. A fun look at where everybody stands, but who knows where it'll end up.
It's very tight down the bottom there. Fnatic, AGARTHA, FPOV, and MBO. 3 points between those 4 teams battling in the relegation positions there. WLG well out ahead. 32 points. They've scored 19 points over the last 2 days. So they were on 13 points going into Saturday and the start of their 2 games this weekend. So a huge jump up the leaderboards for Team WLG. As you just mentioned, DE not too far away. going to have an opportunity to catch up when they come and play next weekend. And you can see next weekend's events coming up. We've got July 31st on Friday, groups A and C. Then on the Saturday, groups A and D. And then on the Sunday, groups B and C are going to be making their final appearances to decide those places and see who's going to go into those survivor matches. And then the grand finals, that's going to be on August the 9th to finish off Rise Season 1. But we've got a few more days of events before we get to that stage.
So excited for weeks 4 and 5. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where you have zero room for error. You gotta make your move in the final week of group stages. Same time, same place for all Americas and EMEA every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And as you see down below, folks, drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force. Official channels for all news. Season Meltdown has been a blast thus far. Mid-season update going on. We got a lot of stuff coming up down the line as well, coming in very soon. And also make sure you follow those esports socials. And of course, check out the Delta Force Rise Series official website. You can go to playdeltaforce.com, go to the esports tab to check everything else you need to know about the Rise Series tournament schedule, etc. Or head down to those panels down below at our official Twitch channel. Ben, final thoughts. It was a blast, my friend. A lot of fun to cast together. Enjoyed the whole weekend.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Been a great weekend. I'm going to be here next weekend as well, so looking forward to seeing some more EMEA fighting going on for that one. I get to see the climax of these group stages. I can't wait. It's been such a good 3 days, 3 more days of groups to go. And we'll find out who's going to get the top 2 spots and the bottom spots as well and get booted out.
I love it, man. Enjoy EMEA. Folks at home, America's in a couple hours. You're going to tune back in and see what's going on in the Americas side of things. And I will be casting the Americas next week, okay? So Bid's going to be holding it down here in EMEA. I'll see the folks over at Americas. And as a quick reminder, we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. Thanks for tuning in. Same time, same place for Americas in a couple hours. And same time, same place next week. We'll see you then.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.